Happy Monday. Whoa, we got another skip the line today. Oh. Hello, what a way to start. Hi, Spudley. Hi, Spudley, congrats on your skip the line. What a way to start. Did you time that exactly for when you saw my transition start? Were you waiting? You had your finger hovering over the trigger there? You're waiting to see me and you were like, bam, EG, gotta let you know. No, I did not. Oh, okay, maybe it's I who secretly is the good timing. But Spudley, are you ready to go today? Are you ready for a critique today? Because actually, I only have 5 fellas prepared for today. Because turns out, every other person I had in my folder who was active at some point within the last couple of months, because I had updated my folders recently, 2 of them have actually just like vanished completely. So like, I thought I had a full folder worth of fellas for today, and it turns out I only had 3. And it was the 3 who were going to be on the thumbnail, thank God, on one hand. But on the other hand, I was like, what happened? Where'd you all go? What are the odds? So, Spudley, you are ready? Let's go! Okay, hang on. We will find you. We gotta figure out our order for today because we actually have 3 skip the lines today, which is what we'll start with. We'll only be half digital-based VTubers today. Also, I've done none of my intro stuff. Hi, I'm EG. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. I have some thank yous to do in a second, but here, let me write down Spudley for a second. Bam, okay, got you written down. They became one with the Wi-Fi? Yeah, I guess maybe the fellows who vanished have become one with the Wi-Fi. How strange. How strange. Lance, welcome back for 20 months. Oh my God, big 2-0. Huge numbers. If they're hiding my Wi-Fi, these people also have blue hair and blue ties. I can confirm that at least 2 of the people do have blue hair. Wait, actually I'm lying. One of them has blue hair. The other one I think has blue skin. So at least one of them does. 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. So like not a bad metric there by any means. But welcome back, Lance. Also, Amber, welcome back. Amber, how many months was that I saw there for a second? 18 months. Or no, I lied. 22 months. Welcome back. I like your cute little like walking emoji. Oh. It's so slay. It's very slay. But hello. Blue enough? Yeah, we do have blue. We do have blue happening in the designs today. Our alternate title for today's critiques for the 3 that were planned for today, outside of Skip the Lines, could have been maybe Y2K computer inspiration? A little bit. Y2K aesthetics, maybe, for computer inspiration. You'll see them. I couldn't think of a better term other than digital, though, to describe these VTubers, because they are fellows who, in lore, either, like, reside inside a computer or kind of are a computer, but not necessarily in, like, the they are a robot sense. They're virtual, maybe. As if we are not all virtual, but they're more virtual than the rest of us. Maybe. But hi, fellas. Exciting category? Yes, we have those 3 fellas. We do also have Skip the Line for Chokorama, and Chokorama is also kind of digital virtual. Chokorama is, robotic, maybe more so than the other things. But yeah, so that'll be a part of that. We also have Revity, who skipped the line a while ago, not knowing that their design had already been critiqued. So Revity, we had a like honorary agreement of you can let me know when you have a new outfit ready and you would like us to take a look at it. So Revity flagged me down and was like, hey, new fit to look at. And I was like, let's go. So we've got Revity, and then we'll go to Spudley, perhaps 3rd. So I'll download Spudley's design in a minute. Cult of the Uma leader here? Wait, that's actually kind of funny, because isn't a cult isn't that a young male horse? Potentially? That's a good play on words. I'll let you have it, Selma. I'll let you have it. Although you are being evil. It's fine. It's fine. I'll turn a blind eye on that one, just for now. But hi! Happy Monday! Let me do a little housekeeping before we, like, actually hit the ground running here. I know I kind of seemed like I was going to. Just, like, get right into critiquing. No. We got other stuff I gotta just talk about briefly first. So, First, Shrewmates who have not done their taxes, or who are just doing their taxes now, American Shrewmates, I wish you a very... Don't die. You've got this. It will be okay. My taxes got approved this morning. I had a second pair of eyes on my taxes. and they approved them, so we're good. I actually paid less this year than I did last year, despite making more this year, because turns out being denied health insurance does also relate to not having to pay as much in taxes. I got some tax credits, which was real nice. So that wasn't so bad. I hope many of you also have taxes that are not so bad. Not nice? I mean, not nice, but the $300 a month I'm spending to pay off my hospital bill from October is at least offset by the fact that I didn't spend that much on my taxes this year. Not nice is the insurance. Yeah, this is true. This is true. This is true. But yeah, I wish you all good luck in taxes. The next time I see you, you better be done your taxes. If you are not done your taxes when I see you again on Wednesday, I am going to firmly look at you and blink at you and say, take care of it. That's American Truemates. Everyone else, your tax deadlines are different probably, but yeah. Taxes are done in February. I usually do my taxes in March, and then I have somebody who reviews my taxes for me, like whenever they kind of can get to it. It's like we've got a deal where I don't pay them as much. I don't pay them, because most people pay them like an expedited thing to view it sooner. I pay them like a base rate, and they're like, yeah, I'll look at it when I get to it, essentially, like when I have time. And I'm like, yeah, that's totally fine. So like I finish my taxes usually sometime early-ish March, and then I send them to this person, and then this person is like, dee, and at some point is like, you're good, or hey, you need to fix these 4 boxes. This time was I can make you pay less. You don't have to pay this much. Do XYZ and you're good. And I was like, hell yeah, we'll take that. So that worked out not too bad for me. Squiiji extra credit, do your taxes. Yeah, that's my extra credit for you this week. On top of our current extra credit, do your taxes. We win these. Yes, I'm winning these. I'm winning these. And also, the nice thing about having a person who looks over your taxes is that if you do get audited by the IRS, the person who approved your taxes comes with you usually also. That's like a part of what you pay for usually. So if the IRS, the big guy, is like, hey, I don't like what you did there, I get to be like, friend of mine, help me. Friend of mine, save me. Prove to the IRS that all the things that I put in here are right because you said they're right. As a W-2 employee, I can do mine earlier. That's also fair. I am mostly a 1099. I'm gonna have a W-2 this year, but for 2026, but I'm mostly a 1099. NEC, 1099K, 1099 MISC. I think I had 6 1099s I filed this year. Which is terrible, which is so much to file all them individually. But I did it, and everything turned out okay. That's so many. Well, you gotta imagine, I have one for Fourth Wall, I have one for, because that's where my merch is, I have one for Twitch, I have one for YouTube, I have one for Ko-fi, I have one for the Patreon, I have one that I have to file that is separate for, I think, Booth, and I'm missing one. And VGen, and that's actually 7. I'll give you a hand gesture for those numbers. So yeah, that's why. It's a lot. Yeah, VTubing is collecting all the 1099s. I'm making a funny little infinity gauntlet +2 out of my 1099s. But I know how to file them, at least. It's not that bad these days. The first year I did it was terrifying. This year was not so bad, because I've done it now twice. I got a notice today on YouTube that it is, in fact, my 3-year anniversary of posting videos, I guess, on YouTube, which is wild to me. So, wahoo! I've been around for a while. Yeah. But fries my brain is y'all gonna do it once a year. I mean, technically, I claim what my earnings have been quarterly, but I don't pay them until, and do like my big filing until end of the year, because I don't expect to owe there's like a threshold where if you expect to owe a certain amount in taxes, then you start having to file like actually quarterly and paying quarterly. But because I don't meet those qualifications, I don't have to. Yeah. I literally discovered you today. Love your content. Well, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. 3 years? I know. Every once in a while, I'm like, man, I haven't been a VTuber for that long. It hasn't been that long. But I did, in fact, start in 2023, so I guess it is 3 years. Is what that means, right? Ah! Well, you're stuck with me now. You're stuck with me now. I just gotta do like an hour of paperwork every month and I'm good. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. In all honesty though, when I file my taxes, it doesn't take me that long. We're talking like, when I do my quarterly reporting, it's like a half an hour. And when I do my full like filing, it takes me like 3 or 4 hours maybe. If that. This year it only took me like 2.5 because I already know what goes where and everywhere. So like, it wasn't so bad this year. Not too bad. Yeah. I'm old. Are you calling me old? I'm not old. I'm a youthful shroom who has definitely not been on the earth for several thousands of years, in an unknowable quantity. I am both simultaneously old and young, all at the same time. I get the benefits of both. Speaking of being old and young at the same time, neck is better. I'm doing physical therapy, and it's going. It's improving, thankfully. Tax! Oh my god, that is, I guess, the most legitimate use of that emote is because we are talking about regular taxes. But yeah, so I'm now, I believe, 2 physical therapies in, 2 sessions in, and I've got like my little stretches, which I've been doing for 5 days now? No, I'm lying. 4 days now, and it's helping a good bit. I think it's relieving the pressure that my funny little bone spur was putting on my nerve in my neck. So I'm doing better. Wahoo! All things are looking up in the EG universe right now. All things are looking up, in all honesty. So not too bad, can't complain. Wahoo! Are they trying to shift the bone spur or just relief? I think what they think happened was that I had a muscle in the back of my neck or something that shifted. Because, like, your muscles can sit in a couple different configurations and it's fine, and they can move, like, an inch or two left or right or up or down or a little bit like that, and it's okay. And they can do that. But theoretically, what may have happened is that something in my neck shifted a little bit because of, like, a gesture I made, and because of that, it caused the bone spur to now be pressing into a nerve when it wasn't before, when the bone spur may have been there for years, who knows, and was not doing anything. So, we're just trying to, you know, make sure that all of my neck muscles are sitting in the most optimal positions they could be in, because that will hopefully relieve pressure that would be pushing that nerve into that bone spur. So it's helping. It is helping. What is a bone spur? I think a bone spur is technically, do they qualify as a benign tumor? It's like a extra little bone growth that you have off of a bone. It's just bonus bone in a funny little lump that is not following the usual configuration of where and how bones should grow, which to me sounds like benign cancer, but I don't know if that actually legally qualifies. It's totally fine. They're not dangerous usually. The only time people usually get them removed is if they're like internal somewhere, like if you get them inside a hip socket or underneath your knee or like somewhere like that. But like I have one in the back of my hand. Fungi father had one on his knee. Fungi father had one on his nose. They're kind of wild. Got one on my rib cage. Yeah, they don't really usually cause much problem, except when they are just randomly located somewhere you don't want it to be. I don't know why Striker Mubot has, or Auto, yeah, whoever that is, Mubot has not liked you saying that. Not really cancerous? Okay. I don't know what the qualification is for something to be considered benign cancer or not. I usually think of growth in body that should not exist. It happens. Internet says bone growth from pressure, long-term wear, or inflammation. Well, I probably got all those things happening if I had to make an educated guess. I probably have many causes for why I could have that. Oh wait, you know why I'm confused? Is because there was a point in time where they thought I may have a bone spur inside my skull, and that technically qualifies as benign cancer. There's a, what is it, osteoma or something? I did not have one, don't worry. Don't worry, my skull is okay. But that may be why I'm confused about it. Anyways, yeah. Make a whole new skeleton out of your family's bones? Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, no, that scare of the thing in brain was before you ever knew me. That was pre-Squiiji. That was, I think, like 2022? I'm okay, though. Don't worry about me. Sounds dangerous if you won your skull. It would have been a, like, quarter-inch by quarter-inch incision remove of skull. Technically, that is still open brain, but they're not operating on the brain. But turns out whatever it was that they saw in the MRI went away, so they were like, well, I guess you don't have one, or it just remineralized or whatever. I was like, cool. Bet. We love that. We love not having to have somebody cut into my skull. That's cool. But yeah, new fun EG medical facts. Anyways, hang on. I should move us in the direction of talking about housekeeping, perhaps. Why does a mushroom have bones? Because I need them. I can't move. I'd just be like floppy if I didn't have them. I'd be like a squid or like a pile of goo. If I didn't have bones, I couldn't do like fun things with my limbs like this. I need them, please. Let me have them. Let me keep them. I'm begging. Funny to see all the people who have the Artemis 2 badge. I realized why I don't have it, and it's because Jovi and I have been watching the Artemis 2 stuff via YouTube live stream. That's why. We haven't been watching it on the Twitch live stream. What can you do? They should give me a badge from YouTube from it. Come on. It's okay. It's fine. We just watched it on the TV. I'm not worried about it. I don't need a badge. I witnessed it. I don't need funny little graphics to proclaim to the whole world that I saw it. I saw it. Nobody can take that from me. Anyways, housekeeping. So this week, neck feeling better, tax is done. Everything's looking up for me, honestly. It is good. However, things that we need to note for this week. Today, VTuber design critiques. Wednesday, we're finally doing the Pokemon trainer design critique. I've pulled a couple fellows who I had pulled more than a week ago. I think I pulled them actually 2 weeks ago, so I gotta refresh, but yay! I'm glad I'm finally getting to look at them because it seems like everyone is in a Pokemon mood right now, so it's relevant. Pokemon's kind of always relevant, but it is relevant. Then, Friday, we are doing our community extra credit showcase. I forgot to ever make a note for this, and because I took a couple days off, I feel like I didn't actually announce the extra credit very clearly or well, but if you would like to participate in our extra credit activity, you're welcome to do so. I've misspelled the word extra credit. This month's extra credit activity was to design a character that would get a bingo on the bingo that we usually use on stream during our VTuber design critiques. So the bingo we're using is this. Bam. Oh wait, Sanizum beat me to it. Thanks, Sanizum! I gotta put it over on YouTube though. B-I-N-G-O. Bingo was their name-o. Didn't really feel inspired with this one. That's okay. You don't have to. If you're not feeling inspired by it, you can skip it. It's okay. I'm in progress on mine. But yeah, I understand. Some people probably, due to midterms or finals approaching or any other number of thing, may need some more time or just weren't able to participate in this one. That is a-okay. Don't worry about it. I actually have been fighting for my life to have enough time to work on it. I've not gotten to do as much drawing as I would like since I started my new job. Just because I'm constantly putting fires out. But, theoretically, maybe I'll get some time back soon. Yeah, finals are this Friday. Finals are soon. Ooh, oh, good luck, roommates. Job jump scare, sorry. Toonie Imp Gold, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Sort of inspired, but I lost interest partway. That's fine. It happens also. That happens. When you rate the Pokemon trainers, what kind will you rate? Rivals, gym leaders, Elite Four, etc. Kind of a mixture of all of those things. It seems like we have pulled right now. Maybe I should have termed it as like NPCs, because it really is everyone. There's some rivals. I think there's some enemies. There's a whole variety, and I tried to pull some fellows that I think have interesting, exciting, cool designs that we can break down and see, you know, some of the cleverness of the Pokemon designers. And then on the other hand, I might have some designs that I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? What were you thinking? What is this? Better have Lance on the list. That way I can be confused as to who you're talking about. We'll see. I believe N is on there. There's a couple fellas. You'll see. No spoilers. No more spoilers. No, shh. You gotta come Wednesday if you wanna know. You gotta come Wednesday to find out. Ah ha ha ha. No spoilers. But, yeah. So Friday, extra credit is due. We'll see if I finish mine in time. I sure hope I will. Fingers crossed, hopes and prayers. And then next week we'll get back to our Of the Lamb playthrough. Kind of sad that I haven't played it in like 2 weeks, but we did make good progress last time we played. We're almost done the game, I think, theoretically. We only have one more area in that game. but I am kind of itching to get back to Of the Shroom. The Of the Lamb. I miss it. It's so fun. Yeah. Yeah. So, what do I have left to do? I don't know if I have anything right now. Did I explain everything? Did I miss anything? Oh, that might be it. Oh, Tunium Gold, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy rotating with us. Aw, it gives you a cute little star. Does it do that for first-time subs, or is that a new thing it does? It's cute. I know, look, you get cute little sunglasses on your little guy. Welcome to the Shroom state. Welcome in. Oh, tier 3 too? Oh, did it say that? Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Hello, got out of class early today, so I get to hop in early. Welcome. I think I said last week that I didn't have to go to work last Thursday, but still got paid anyway. That was kind of nice. Building was closed. I'll take it. Wahoo. Oh, let me take roll. That's that's part of my New Year's resolutions, is that I'm supposed to take roll before I switch to the new area, or the next area rather. So let's take roll. Who's here for class today? If you'd like to check in for class, you can use the 1 channel point redeem known as here on Twitch, or you can use your fingers on YouTube to type the word here or hi or hello or something of that nature if you'd like to check in. Lurkers, don't worry, I got you marked down. Don't even worry about it. Thank you for being here as always. VOD watchers, hi! Hi, how's the future? Tell me how the future is. Let me know how the weather is in the future. I hope the weather is great in the future. That way I can prepare for it. I feel like I'm never prepared for the weather this time of year, but if you tell me what the weather is, future people, maybe I can get ahead. But let's see. I'm gonna take a bite. I only ate half of my lunch. I'm gonna take a bite of my lunch while you guys do your redeeming, and then I will start reading them. E.g. lunch, which is something that is probably comparable to girl dinner, is toast with cottage cheese on it and everything bagel seasoning. Very healthy lunch. I'm getting my protein in, okay? I'm getting my protein. I need it. It's important. Shroom dinner. It's not dinner. I'll have dinner later. I have leftovers. We celebrated Fungi Father's birthday yesterday. We have leftovers from that to eat. I have vegetarian eggplant meatballs to eat, and I'm very excited. Fungi Father made some really good food over the weekend. That man catered his own birthday event, which is crazy. He likes cooking, so he was happy to do it. And he cooked all this like super specific traditional Italian food that I've never heard of nor seen him make before. And he was like, yeah, my mom used to make this when we were kids. Granny used to make this kind of thing. I was like, all right, sure. Eggplant meatballs, I'll take it. Can't complain about that. Cottage cheese on toast? Yeah, what of it? Yeah. Cottage cheese and furikake goes crazy too. Yes, it also does. I agree. I agree with you. I love cottage cheese. I have been so into cottage cheese for the last like 6 months, which is so crazy because I hated it for most of my life and then didn't eat it. But that's because I found out that mixing it with sweet things is weird and mixing it with savory things is much better. At least for me. That's my stance. What? Texture odd too. You gotta get the large curd. Or not the large curd. You gotta get the curd that is like not the teeny tiny curd where it's really watery. It's good. It's not as bad textury if you get the ones that are not super duper teeny tiny curd. Birthday was Saturday. I forgot to mention on Friday stream. We're busy craft mining. That's fair. Corey, let me finish chewing. We'll sing happy birthday to you. Shroommates, happy birthday. Me take another bite and chew because I'm terrible at eating on stream. And I will forget, but then we will sing. My tracking captures me eating a little too well sometimes. And lucky you, I'm all warmed up on singing happy birthday, because I sang happy birthday, I think 3 times yesterday for Fungi Father, whose birthday was, in fact, not yesterday. We just celebrate his birthday on a weekend, usually, so that everybody can make it. Mukbang stream when? Never. I would never be able to eat. I can't eat and stream at the same time. I'm so bad at it. It would just be EG holds food in their hand for 20 minutes while they talk stream. It wouldn't actually be a mukbang stream. I can't shut up. There we go. Ready? 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 I'll cue us all in to sing. Havana, Atua, a skiddly diddly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Corey. Happy birthday to you. Wahoo. It's fun that I get to celebrate birthdays with you guys sometimes more than 1 year in a row. Because like I think we sang happy birthday for you last year, and like I know we've sung happy birthday for Hoshi and for Amber and for a couple of their shroommates multiple times now, and I'm like, man, watching the years go by. It's kind of wild that you guys are spending time with me and with all of us. Wahoo! Also, I guess we have a hype train now. Interesting. Oh, I bet that's because of the tier 3 sub, perhaps. It's kind of hard to sing over text. I mean, you can just say happy birthday to you. You can say it, that's the best. Or you can sing in your house and we can just believe you that you sang and we can feel it through the vibes of the internet, through the digital landscape that we are currently going to be investigating today on the stream as far as designs go. Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting us some dabs to Loopsy. Can we rotate for Selma, please? That was very kind of you. It's my black cat's birthday today. Oh my gosh, happy birthday to your black cat. Also very cute and exciting. Happy birthday to your black cat. Oh, and Cinda, welcome back for 22 months. The fact that it's going to be 2 years that I have been live, that I've been a streamer in like 2 months is insane. We're approaching it, it's so weird. I don't know how that goes. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting us sub to Chili also. Thank you. Can we rotate for Edward also? Don't get dizzy, shroommates. Make sure you practice your ballerina style spins where when you rotate, you keep your face fixed on a location, so that way when you come back around, you just switch your head 180 to look at it. That's how you don't get any amount of dizziness or nausea from spinning. It's worth it, I promise. Was my birthday during last week's Miss Stream? Oh no, was it? We can still sing happy birthday to you. When was your birthday last week? Was it on Monday or Wednesday? Because I was not able to stream those days because of my neck injury. Oh, Corey, also thank you for gifting a sub to the shroommates. That was very kind of you. Hey, shroommates, keep practicing your good spinning posture, your good spinning form. Happy birthday, all shroommates. I know. A lot of spring birthdays, shroommates. I'm glad you guys get to enjoy the maybe potentially nice weather for your birthday. Oh, this is horrible. Thank you, Aptitude Loopsy, for forcing everyone to witness this. Edward, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It was very kind of you also. Very kind of you times 5. Very kind, very kind, very kind, very kind, very kind. 1 for each sub. Thank you. That's a redeem now? Yes. This is my face cam. Can't you tell? This is the real me in the flesh. Don't you love to see it? You guys were so supportive of me when I debuted it first. You can't tell me you hate it now. We're not getting rid of it. You're stuck with this forever. Did it replace the rotate redeem? No, it shouldn't have. Rotate redeem is still an option, unless I forgot to turn it back on after last stream. That could be potentially true. Wait, no. No, rotate's an option. Yeah, look at that. See, rotate's still here. Don't worry, it's still here. I love it. Thank you, Ririku. I'm glad you got my back. It's weird. Got jump scared. I'm actually not gonna say sorry. I was gonna say sorry, but I'm not going to. I will not. You can't make me apologize.
Hello, I'm Gary, and I'm still upside down. By the way, can we get a real EG emote? Also, might I get some conch for my crate?
Can we get a real EG emote? You want this as an emote? I guess you could use that. Sure, why not? I guess I could take a decent screenshot of this and make an emote from it. Yes, no, don't. The mixed reactions are sending me. No, yes, we want it, we must have it. No, the terrors, the horrors, do it. Sure, the shroommates have spoken. If you don't want it, don't look at it. Just don't look at it. I'll put that down as a note somewhere, in my notes. Okay, I'll calm down though. I'll relax. By the way, I'm glad you feel better. Thank you. This cursed look is giving Bash the shroom peed. That is kind of who I am at heart always. That is who I am. Mayhaps, perchance, yes. Emote warning, realistic EG. Real EG, face cam EG. This EG has many skills. Look, I am not only an Uma, But I'm also a chef now. I'm an Uma chef mushroom. It was my Monday birthday this year. Yippee! Oh, we'll get to celebrate your birthday with you, perhaps. E.g., ooh-wee. Where is my list of projects? There we go. I'm putting the note. Misc tasks. I need to add face cam emote. I'm trying to be better organized so that I'll stop losing my goofy little notepad bits. Oh, hi, Revity. Hi. Hi, Revity. This is the real me. I hope this doesn't change what you think of me at all. This EG looks less edible than the normal one. That's crazy you would say that, because I feel like I look even more edible right now. It should be the head of Eldritch EG. Oh, that might be a little bit difficult to do, but this is kind of the new Eldritch EG, maybe. Most comfy Uma chef, who is also an idol. Jeez, aren't I so cute? Wouldn't you listen to me sing silly little songs on stage like this? And also maybe live in your Wi-Fi? You'd let me live in your Wi-Fi, right? I think you would. I think you would. Closer to Monday, but I'm not into my birthday. Dress my partner up the wall. Started planning their birthday for their party in July. I also am not super into my birthday, but like I've been doing more with it the last couple of years. Revity, yeah, you look fantabulous. Thanks. I believe you, Revity. I believe that you said that with your whole chest, with your whole heart, and I'm so happy to have your support. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Banging router to get IRL EG out of it? No, no, please, I need somewhere to stay. Please, shroommates, please. Won't you be so kind? Let me live in there, please. I'm begging you. Okay, I have to like actually make us start things because it has been like 38 minutes. Did I have any other housekeeping to do? Checks my Discord message that I sent today. I think the only other housekeeping is that I should say that the usual wow. Oh, whoa, don't look under my cap. That's inappropriate. Don't look at that. That's like looking under somebody's skirt. Don't throw me. That's not nice. This week. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, Minecraft server hours are 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. EST, or whenever I remember that I should close it. And honestly, that is it. That is all. That is all we have. Oh, I'm back. Hello, I'm back. Did you miss me? Was that a long 5 minutes? Was that a long and terrible and difficult 5 minutes for all of you? Oh, thank you for the Hive Train level 4. Let's see. I got a, oh, so cinema emote. Oh, see, that was so cinema. You're so right. The Hive Train knows. It knows that my real face is so cinema. But thank you for the 10 subs, roommates. I appreciate it. Everything is fine. I've returned to chaos and hairlessness and fire. But also cozy, warm blankie. Why was it named Down Bad? What was named Down Bad? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Selma? My little thing is so cinema. There should not be another guy that's... Oh, wait, is it this emote? Oh, that's a different emote. I didn't get that emote. Did we all get different emotes? I thought we all get the same emote when that happens. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Intriguing. Anyways, why don't I move us in the direction of beginning? Take me to the drawing room. I got that one unlocked already. Oh, I guess if you already have it unlocked, that works. Oh my god, wait. It's actually been so long since I used this scene that I don't actually have this set up correctly. This is still set up from... This is wrong. This is still set up from... There we go. The April Fool's stream. Whoopsie. I was like, where am I? Why do I only see corner of Gary? So, by some potentially immaculate coincidence, we have a Rubric Chan drawn by Astrolite, who is also a shroomate we are critiquing the design of today. Astrolite, I believe... Chokorama, is it giving away your secret? I mean, I feel like we'd know that anyway. I think we've gone over this before, but Chokorama is also, Astrolite. So we are critiquing Chokorama, Astra's design, but it just so happens to be that Chokorama drew the next personification of our rubric. Wahoo! What are the odds? So we can look at this very cute kitty personification of my rubric. So what we have here, as you can see, is a rubric. We use this rubric in order to remain as unbiased and as objective as possible in our critiques that we do for VTubers. Man, I'm a little rusty. I haven't read this in well over a week because we didn't have it last Monday. How wild. So, on this rubric, you can receive up to a total of 10 points. 2 of those points coming from each of 5 categories. Why do I only have onion right now? I'm doing levitation magic, I'm so sorry. 5 categories. The 5 categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. In order to get full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive and interesting, the contrast should work at a distance, color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. You will get no points for your color palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing or overwhelming choices, if the hues and values should be completely revisited. There are certain parts of this that I struggle to read every time just because the word choice is unnatural for me to read together or just not something I'm used to reading or saying together regularly out loud. I should change that maybe. We'll do a rubric 3.0 someday, maybe. Oh, hi Pico Pico Panic, you are in the thumbnail. I will be critiquing your design today. Welcome! Your design is on the fridge, we'll explain that later. So, for silhouette, to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think of Miku, think of Sonic. We can identify who those fellas are just by silhouette alone, and we should be able to do so with you as a VTuber also. You will get no points for silhouette, however, if the silhouette is not distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or otherwise is in need of just much more definition. For complexity versus clarity, to get full points, the level of detail in the design should be appropriate to your medium. That means if you are a PNG tuber, a 2D VTuber, or a 3D VTuber, or if you are a 7 or 6 or 9 or 8 head tall VTuber versus a chibi, that level of detail can also vary still. But the details that are included should be specific and support both the concept and focal point, and I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plushie the way you are without removing too many elements that make you clearly identifiably you. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if your design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or if you don't pass the plushie test. For focal point, in order to get full points, the primary focal point should be well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face first and foremost, and then can visually explore the rest of the design. I love that my filler word is not typically or something of that likes, although it can be. My filler is usually me going wow. I make the funny like slidey tube noises when I'm like, wait, what word comes next? You will get no points for focal point if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over or under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by other elements. And finally, for concept and motif, to get full points, your concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by its motifs. Key conceptual aspects should be able to be identified visually. This means I should be able to identify things like your personality, your occupation, your species, if you're something other than human, any particular motifs, any cultural references, your fashion sense, things like that, just by looking at you. You will get no points for concept and motif if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. AG makes UFO noise as a filler word. It's not a UFO noise. I'm not digital. I'm mycelial. I'm making mushroom noises. I'm speaking to you in the language of my people, the mushrooms. They go wow, wow, wow. That's the sound they make. That's how I talk to Fungi Father and Shrew Mom, is by going mushroom aliens. Mushrooms aren't aliens. I come from Earth, just like you, okay? You have to believe me. You have to believe me. We're staring at you. That's fine. You can stare at me. It's okay. So, I can also give up to 3 bonus points. I can give 1 bonus point if a design has a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept. I can give 1 bonus point if the design has a unique, exciting art style. Or I can give 1 bonus point if I like it. If it goes on the fridge. And that is what my explanation for Pico Pico Panic was just your design was one that was memorable to me when I saw it in the folder of images that I download to my PC. EG Family Reunions, endless chorus of ooh yo wee wow wee wow wee wee wow. It kind of is, honestly, genuinely. It more or less is. Have we ever had a 13 out of 10 design before? I don't believe we have. I think last week we had a 12 out of 10, which may have been an all-time high, but I don't think we've ever given out compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, unique, exciting art style, and on the fridge all at once. I don't think that's happened. Or if we've gotten close to that occurring, I believe there may have been deductions in other categories potentially. I can't recall. You know what you could check though is there is a sheet that has a list of every design that has ever been critiqued on it. And I believe you can check the scores on there, perhaps. Press X to doubt. What are you doubting? Me? Who are you doubting? Don't doubt me. You should have full, complete, total faith in me. You should believe me in the things I say. Maybe. Maybe. Do we have to? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to. You are not an alien. I'm not an alien. Why? What would I gain from lying to you about that? I don't think I gain anything. Okay, let's do final things we need to do in order to get started today. First, I need a bingo card. Bingo is in fact not the name-o of anyone whose design we're looking at today. But if you'd like to play VTuber Design Bingo with us, you can do so by clicking that link and generate yourself a little bingo card. I looked into the bingo, what do you call it? Whatchamacallit? The bingo plugin for Twitch, but it was in Spanish. And I was not having an easy time trying to translate it for use for us, so we may stick to our typical bingo baker bingo format for the foreseeable future, unless I have the willpower to decipher that. Or to figure out if it was the wrong one I was using, but I think it was the right one. I don't know. Don't worry, I'm here. Let's help! My very base level of understanding of tiny bit of Spanish I took in elementary school didn't help. I'll figure it out. Oh, hi, Sue! How are you? All I know is C, Azure. Azure is blue, right? I know where La Biblioteca is. I know where it is also. I know where the library can be found. But yeah, bingo. So that's there. Second, let's do a prediction. We're going to predict how many designs I will get through. We'll predict whether or not I can get through all 6 of them. So your options are 4, well, actually, that may not be a fair prediction to make because I kind of have to get through all 6 today. Because 3 of them are skip the line and 3 of them are on the thumbnail, so I'm not allowed to not get through them. Why don't we instead predict, will I get through them in time? Will EG finish the critiques by that point in time, by 6 p.m., by the usual end of stream time? Will EG finish the crits on time? Question mark. Which is 6 p.m. EST. No. That's our question. So that'll be the prediction. Slightly different prediction than usual, but I feel it would not be fair to predict number because I kind of need to do all of them. I kind of need to do all, so. Hop. There you go, YouTube. You can have one too. Oh wait, wait. Hang on. Don't join the prediction. It didn't send for the right amount of time. Ignore it. Ignore it. Ignore it. Don't predict. Don't predict. Don't. I forgot to change the time, and this happens constantly. Oh, the evils, the terrors, the horrors. Why is the default time for that set to 30 seconds? Who in the world is able to make a prediction that fast? Delete. Delete return points. Delete. Delete. Try again. We'll do it correctly this time. Bam. I promise I've done this before. I promise I promise I can do it. No. here. EG misses 2 streams in a week and forgets how to be a streamer. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. Bam. Now it's correct. Now go ahead. Now we got this. Cat is so charming. Right? Cat is very cute. There we go. No, if you do it fast, it's for short games. Oh, okay. So like that can be fair and make sense. But like 30 seconds. All of you saying no. How could you? How could you? 8,000 spores for no. I'm gonna lock in and I'm gonna get through this so effectively. You watch and see. And in honor of that, we're gonna get started. So first, we have Astrolight. We have Astrolight first. I need to take my headphone out and take my sweater off because it's hot in here also. Shroom state is pessimistic. Unfortunately, I think I've trained them to be that way. Betting against the shroom is often a safe bet. But this is Astrolight, who uses the pronouns she, her, and can be found at Astrolight_VT, I believe on Blue Sky. Astrolight, or Astra, is an alien satellite transmitter rover android. ASTRA, perhaps. Her directive is to collect and preserve data and samples from Earth. Okay, sweatshirt goes over my head. Wow. I'm free. I have been freed. There we go. To analyze samples, she can use the sensors on her fingers, but she can get more in-depth readings from eating samples. Oh. Nodes on her tongue and fingers send the information to the graph on her right arm. The battery pack and radar are located on her chest. Her hair, with quotes, and various antennae receive and send out signals. Her backbow is a couple of solar arrays to store energy. When she interfaces with her archive computer, she is a hologram visor. Hoping to start recording videos with this model. Wahoo! We've actually critiqued Astrolight's design before, so just for a reminder as to where we were before with the design, here's our previous critique, which I actually don't know when this was from. I'm not sure how long ago this was because my memory is awful. Most things go in one hole of my head and they come out the other. February? Okay. Wow, wait, so not that long ago. Not that long ago at all, actually. I was like, that's what I thought. I was like, was it the beginning of this year? Or was it actually the beginning of last year? Which I think, yeah, beginning of this year. So this was our previous critique with our previous suggestions, which I think included things like exaggerating the shoes a little bit, adding a little bit of blue into the palette for some interest. I think we wanted to refine the shapes of the shoulder elements a little bit, make the solar array things on the back a little bit more of a natural shape because having them be so blunt seemed to like break the geometry a little bit. Some adjustments with eyes and things like that, but generally that seems to be what the edits were. And it seems like you did everything we asked of you. Oh, also, the other thing was that we had you add a sweeping gradient from the bottom up to deprioritize the bright neons on your legs and on the ends of your arms so that we can prioritize your head a little bit more in focal, as the focus, which I think you've also done here. So, wahoo! Thank you for listening. Go work, Chakarama! I'm so proud of you. You took all the things that we had suggested and you applied them. And I'm so happy about it. I love that. Critique this one 30 years ago. Yeah, sure mates, remember? It was 30 years ago. I've been a streamer now for 30 years. For sure, for true. Absolutely, under all circumstances. Is this fella Vroid? I believe this model may have a basis in Vroid, but it seems like there's some editing that has been done outside of Vroid, because I don't know if you can actually get this shape in Vroid, although you can correct me on that, because I'm not as familiar with what the parameter options are in the newest versions of Vtubers. Actually 300 years ago. Actually, we critiqued this design 300 years in the future. Remember? So, things we can very clearly and quickly rehash just from the get-go here. Silhouette. The hair, incredible. Incredible silhouette in the hair. Big floating squares that almost read like wings, and then you've got your antennas that almost makes your head a butterfly. Your little shoulder caplets, which are kind of like pauldrons, they're kind of armor-like. They also read like butterfly wings, which is very cute. I love that as an additional layer of motif, perhaps. It's nice as a little detail. Flowers were in Blender. Shoes, shoulders, battery pack in Blender, the rest in Vroid. I'm so proud of you for doing some work in Blender on this. It's good. It makes it more custom. I'm a fan. I see you also added some subtle asymmetry with your little antenna now being slightly different heights, which is nice. That adds a little variety. Your sleeves being handled differently also adds some variety. Your skirt having an asymmetrical element, the colors being asymmetrical and having the skirt pull up on one side but not the other. Good asymmetrical elements. I'm a fan of that. So, immediately, silhouette. I really don't have many concerns for you. I think your silhouette is going to be very clear and easy to identify. I can try and do a selection for it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. You can't make me say the words willingly. No. There we go. Dark color, dark color, dark color. Please, I'm begging you. There we go. Yeah, I think we can tell that that's you. I would say that's pretty identifiably you. The exaggeration of the solar array element that's on your back is great. And then you've got repetition for that squared shape in the bow as well. Mwah. Beautiful. We're a fan. Actually, we critique this in the Cambrian era. That's true. But yes, we can 100% tell this is you from silhouette. So I don't have really any silhouette-based concerns anymore because you did make the shapes for the armor more specific and more angular, which is working great. I'm a big fan of that modification. There. Queen! Pop. So here, we're back here now. I have some critiques that I wish I would have given you before, now looking back on it, but I think I had other elements that I was prioritizing. Oh wait, I'm such a liar. I didn't actually read roll. What is wrong with me? I made you all take roll, and then I didn't read it, I say as I see people checking in. When I finish critiques for Astra, please remind me to actually read the roll. Please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I wanted to lock in so bad that I just ignored the thing that I said I was gonna do, and I also did not eat any more of my food, so I'm so not good at paying attention to things. But, okay, so our silhouette concerns, I would say, are mostly solved here. The critique that I wish I would have made before has to do with line weight inside the texturing. And here, listen to me, I'm only making these critiques because I know you can take it, and I know we can push this, like, the extra little bit of the ways. So, this is a level of detail and detail scale critique I'm going to make here, which is that if we look at your face, the details are very small and very specific. This eye texture looks familiar. But yeah, the lines are very small, very thin, especially in the eyes and around the eyes. Which, you know, we do often want a higher level of detail in the face. But if the line art in other parts of a design is much bigger or smaller, it can feel a little bit inconsistent sometimes. And that's sort of what I end up feeling when I'm looking at your face versus the plate lines on your clothing and on your legs a little bit. So what I would suggest is to either simplify the way you've handled your face so that it matches the rest of the design a little bit more directly. So like your eyes right now have the red and the green and the black and the blue, which is what I want them to have. But if instead of having all these little teeny tiny lines with little tiny dashes, your eye was instead handled as like a flat shape, no outline needed, because what do we need an outline for here? You don't really have external outlines otherwise, it seems like. No need for an external outline. Green on the bottom half, maybe. Maybe you do need a little bit of the black around that blue. But like here's like the center of your eye. Here is your big eye highlight. And then you had like smaller eye highlights. That is a little bit more consistent with the style of the rest of your outfit, because you don't have outlines around most of the other elements. Even in here, I'm not seeing an outline on the shader either. So why do we need an outline for that? And then for your eyes and for the lines on your face, we could just beef those lines up a little bit so that way they, whoops, that's opacity. So that way they match the thickness of the lines that are on your clothing. So like we could make your eyelashes maybe a little bit thicker, perhaps. Exaggerate those sharp bits on them a little bit more, especially so that we can see them a little bit more from a distance. This could maybe be a little bit thicker to match with the other elements, as could this. You could also color the plate lines on the face too, because you've sort of set up this convention in the rest of the outfit that line art is colored. Line art is not black. Line art is just a darker version of what is around it. So like, you've got gray, and then the lines that are, you know, suggesting the division between shapes are just a darker version of that gray. Honestly, I feel like you could maybe push some of these a little bit darker for clarity. It's not so bad in this area on the chest, but in the pink area, you may want to make them just a little bit clearer. You could inset a thinner, darker line like I'm doing, or you could just change the color of them just to make them a little bit clearer. But similarly, the lines on your face, similar to how your nose and your lips is handled, they don't have to be black. Your nose could be like a maybe even slightly darker shade of what your skin tone is, just so it's a little more visible. You could have like, you know, if you have your line for your lip, that'd be fine. You could have a line here for your eyelid. And then these lines could also just be that slightly darker color instead of black, which will make them so that they are handled more similarly to the way that you've handled the plates on the rest of the design. Do you see what I mean? You see what I mean? You follow? Yeah. So, I think that would be one of my critiques, and that is like such a kind of like slightly nitpicky thing to say, but I think you're getting very close, so I want to provide you with any and all the little ways I can find to help make you even stronger. Because like as I was saying with the line thickness, you know, this line thickness is comparable to the line thickness that you're using in the clothing, but not to the line thickness you're using in your face, and I think that could be improved. So, something on top of that that I want to challenge you to do, since now I know you can do it, you're using Blender. You have this little antenna motif where it's surrounded by an object that is pink and gray. To me, these almost read as like little like satellite dishes, and I want you, or maybe they're flowers, perhaps? I think you said something about flowers. It's not reading as a flower right now. I think what you could do to make it read more clearly as a flower is model it yourself. Little dishes styled like flowers. Okay, look like roses. I see it a little bit. What I think you should do is you should perhaps make a cone in Blender, and then, you know, your cone will have all these little like division lines in the mesh. Cut some of these faces out here so we can see through it. And then you can duplicate this and then rotate it around this axis so that you can have your other faces that are kind of like this. Bam, see what I mean? And then you can have your antenna coming out of the center of it. And then this is what attaches it to the base. Maybe it can be a flatter shape than this. I've kind of made it tall, but this might make it a little bit clearer that that's what it is. And then similarly, this may add a little bit more to silhouette, so as you move like left and right, that could make it clear that that's what's happening. But these read a little bit more as a vortex to me than they do a rose right now, and I feel like it could be clearer that they are some sort of like satellite dish type of element, you know? Yeah, mayhaps, maybe. Cone, ice cream cone. Shurmates, focus. I get it, you're hungry. Do not eat the robot. Do not eat the robot or their satellite dishes. No, we don't need that. Furthermore, I do think that your skirt, as far as its materiality, may be a little bit confusing right now. So, you have a skirt that reads as fabric, as the backmost layer, which is pink. Then, on top of it, you have this gray layer that has plate markings on it, almost as if this is made of a metal or some sort of armor. However, the way that it is sloped is reading also as fabric. So it may be worthwhile to make this like angular or shape this in a way. Ooh, I'm not gonna be able to do a very clean selection here because you've got a nice gradient on it, but you could almost greeble the edges of this a little bit so that it becomes clearer that this is metal, if that is the case, if it is in fact that this is still that like metallic or armor-like material. Gundam is a good resource for seeing how they do that, because a lot of Gundam have things that kind of look like skirts that they wear. It's more of a metal. Okay, so in that case, I would definitely do something where you're like, all right, here's like a plate line here, here's the bigger plate on top of it, here's like a little piece that comes down under, whoops, hang on. comes down under here. You don't have to add a ton of detail, but if you just make it clear that this is a plate, maybe you don't even need those outlines I just added, except for where that overlap is right there. That will make it clear that this is metal and this is still armor, perhaps, as opposed to being fabric. And there may be a better pattern that you could do it with than what I'm doing right now. But do a little research. Look at some Gundams, look at some Warhammer guys, maybe, because I know some of them have some armor that feels vaguely robotic. But yeah, like just armored robots in general may be a good resource for finding how to make these look like plates, because I think that would work well for you. This is a question as far as modeling goes, but do you have a face inside of your sleeve that is cutting off our ability to see up into the arm? This is like a technical question. This is because I'm a 3D modeler. I have these questions because I know how these things work. If we're looking like down the hand, if the hand is pointing at us as a viewer, it might be nice to have a flat plane, which you could just select, you know, if you've got, this is the front view, select the vertexes that are on here. You may be able to hold Alt and select all of them and then hit F, and it will fill that in with a face, which then if you wanted to, you don't have to, but you could add a darker color to the center of in a gradient, and it will feel like, whoops, hang on, that's a lighter color. Ooh, hang on. And it'll feel like you're creating depth even though you aren't, but this will sort of be able to hide any of these funny little transitions that may happen in the arm. It's a little disguising trait. It also makes it look like this is attached, it is connected. It'll make it feel like it's a solid object, because this may just be a sleeve right now. I know that Vroid does sometimes give you, like if we're thinking about like a side view, they'll give you like this little like cone inside the sleeve, but sometimes if you edit this texture, the cone gets deleted. So I'm just curious. Green one's actually filled, but I do need to fix the pink wrist part. You can see inside it, so I'll try it on the pink one. Yeah, go for it. Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Do the rose thing to the sleeve too, perchance? The rose thing. Are you saying to add one of these on the sleeves? I guess you could do that if you wanted to. Maybe. Vertexes is so funny. Why is vertexes so funny? Should I be saying verti? Am I pluralizing vertex improperly? Which would be really funny for me to be doing as a 3D modeler. Isn't it vertices? Oh my god, wait, it is vertices! You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny? I talk about 3D modeling so often, and nobody says that. Everyone says vertexes in 3D modeling. I've talked to a lot of 3D modelers. No one has ever once A, pointed that out, and B, I've never heard somebody say vertices. Why would they do that? I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if it's one of those, like, industry things where just, like, a couple people say it wrong, and then everyone just decides to continue saying it wrong forever because they think it's funny, and then it stops being funny and it just becomes real? Huh? Intriguing. Well, breaking EG's worldview, as per usual. Vertex is singular. Yeah, I know vertex is singular. Vertices? Okay, well, I'll try and say it correctly now. Man, okay. Man, I literally teach this for a living. I'm gonna talk to the professor that I teach with tomorrow to see if he is also saying it that way. I'm gonna listen to him and spy on him to see if it is just like a silly thing that 3D modelers do. Because it could be. Or I'm just crazy and not paying attention. Because that's always possible also. Potentially. Spy EG. I'm sneaky. I keep an eye on everybody. Anyways, moving on from my terrible, horrible grasp on the English language that I seem to have from time to time. Hey, don't throw hands at me. I got this. I got it. Don't worry, I got it. I feel like my 3D model professor uses both. Sade, do also some snooping for me. Snoop for me also, and see if that is the case, because I am now really curious. But anyways, okay. So. Where was I? Consistency in lines, consistency in style handling for the face. Oh, my final thing that I think I would say to you about style in this design right now is that your darker color is so dark that there's not really a darker point it can go to. For the fact that you're using a flat rendering style, this may not be an issue, but it may make it a little strange. I see you're in a VR chat world and it doesn't look that strange, but do you see how you actually can't tell the difference between your gray and your black when you're in a nighttime area? By the way, the glow is really nice. This is fun. But you may want to lighten the black a little bit, and maybe you could push this maybe a little bit lighter too, so that way if you're going to be hanging out in dark areas a lot, showing off all those glowing neons, you'll be able to tell the difference between them a little clearer. But honestly, it's not much of a clarity issue, because you do have these nice neons around the edges. So usually we do say, like, don't get too close to pure black in art, unless you are really aiming for, you know, spot blacks and a really graphic style and stuff like that. So this could be a suggestion that goes either way. If you like using a color that is pretty much just a spot black everywhere, that's fine. You can do that stylistically, it's fine. But it may also be nice to consider using a color that is slightly lighter than this, so that way you can use this color for your highlight for it. So like, you have shadows down here. If I push this just a little lighter. Oh, it's blue. I don't know why it's blue. I don't know if you're actually blue there. But you can have just another slightly lighter color in here with a slightly less, or slightly more saturated undertone, maybe. Let's see. Just there's a little more variety. Honestly, this is not, what I'm doing right now is not even showing up on my streaming monitor, so maybe I'm not even pushing it enough. But it could just be something to try out. Let's see if I do like a tonal correction just for this. I've done everything I've done so far as an edit all on one layer. I'm locked in. Hue, saturation, luminosity. Give me a little more luminosity. Not that much, like that much. Maybe a little less saturation. Because this will still read as a black if all the elements in the design that are black are handled this color, but it might just give you a little more flexibility with the shading. Yeah. Heard you saying vertexes and thought, Yuji's a professional. They know what they're talking about. I am a professional. I definitely totally know what I'm talking about, and I've never been wrong before ever in my life. I've never been wrong ever before. And I'm not gonna start now. I'm kidding. Yeah, okay. So that would be my note for that. So, let me come over here and start translating things I just said into critiques. So, my critique about the stylistic handling of the face, where we could make some elements a little bit thicker, we can remove outlines, or we can change the color of outlines, I think I'm going to put into complexity versus clarity, which is to say that you can push those a little bit more. For color palette, I do think that a couple of the lines, especially the ones on the pink background, could use to just be darker, because I do lose them, especially in the sleeve. I can't see them as clearly. So push those a little bit darker, perhaps. And then also give yourself a little bit more wiggle room with that black value, maybe. For focal point, I think, whoops, spoiler, I clicked the wrong one. For focal point, I think your head is relatively focal, but your chest is still trying to compete, it usually feels like. And I'm wondering if there may be a different color we could make your battery on your chest. I'm wondering if this would work better black, and then with just like a couple of pops of color in it. So that way there just isn't as much pink on your chest, because that's what's causing it to start competing against your head a little more than it should. So like maybe you just have like, oh, here's some buttons, here's like a little window here, here's something. So then that makes it just a little bit less distracting, mayhaps. Morik, thank you for following, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, and then there are just some lines that could maybe use a little bit of cleanup on them. Like, these are kind of jagged a little bit. You could smooth the handling of this out a little bit. Same with under here. You can see those little, like, points in it. Smooth your lines out a little bit if you can, because they feel just, like, a little bit sketchy in some places. The wings here and your face are so sharp and so clean in the way they've been handled. I'd like to see that more consistently throughout. So like this is a little bit thick compared to the way you've drawn other lines. The skirt feels really cleanly handled. These solar arrays feel very cleanly handled, but your graph here doesn't feel as cleanly handled. Those are like kind of loose. Sharpen them up. Clean up the details a little bit on them. Man, we may have to do a little bit of redrawing of the background of some of those elements if you don't have a saved version from before you change them to blue or something. But pay attention to your little details. I feel like the black maybe look more at the chest. Really? Does it? Interesting. Does anyone else feel that way? I don't... That's something that... Schmitz, what do you think? Do you think it makes you look more at the chest? Or is it making you look less at the chest? For me, it's making me look less. I'm looking at the head more because the pink is really standing out a lot more now. Vera the Wyvern. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Not really. This may be something that depends on who you are. Yeah, less. Let me just try a couple times the close my eyes and open them and see where they go test. Trademark. That's what that test is legally now called. I've coined it. I say when my eyes are still closed because I'm trying to forget what you look like in my head so I can get a totally cold, clean read of focal point. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, no, I go right to your head. I'm going right to your head now. Looks less, the details in it are more interesting, so when I look for longer, but I look less often. Ah, I see. Light backgrounds making the black stand out extra. That is true. The fact that you are on a very bright background does make the black stand out a lot. If you were on a more neutral background, I have a feeling that this wouldn't be the case as much. So let me put you on like a mid-tone gray. This might be interesting. I just tried to fill that and it didn't listen. Hello? Are you crashing? Don't crash. Clip Studio, be nice. There we go. I put you on a neutral gray, and the black isn't quite as stark when you're on a slightly darker background. Especially in your legs. I do feel like your face is mostly focal. I think it's working. I would say so. Finally happy I caught you live. Welcome in. I'm glad you could catch me live too. Hi. Definitely face? Okay. So, it seems like we could push you a little bit more towards having the face be focal, but it's a little thing. It's just a nudge. I think the sweeping gradient that you added before is definitely helping a lot. And then for concept and motif, I love that you went for the butterfly angle a little bit more. I think I had just sort of thrown that out there when we were looking at your design the first time. I don't remember if you had specified that you were intending to have a little bit of like butterfly and flower elements going on in the design, but I like that that's going on in there. It's adding a nice layer of interest to your concept. It's rewarding the longer you look at the design. So like, while maybe you could beef it up a little bit more by having something that's like, oh, we've got a shape around here that feels like a leaf somewhere, but it's also a metal panel, or, you know, there could be other things you could add that would make it clearer that you're going for something that's got a little bit of like a butterfly reference. Your head, I think, makes it very clear though, pretty quickly. So, it's fun. Thank you, Neutral Gray's easy to look at. That's fair. I will say the purple is a little bit hard to look at with this design, unfortunately. Hair stands out. Reminds me of Aria from ZZZ. I don't know who that is, but I'm sure that that is a compliment. I tend to be a fan of some of ZZZ's work and silhouette design. Do I have anything else left here? Because I think we didn't really have anything to suggest to you for concept, other than maybe a couple little tiny things that'd be very nitpicky to say. Shermates, do you have any other suggestions for Astra? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Or you don't have to forever hold your peace. You can speak now, or you can also probably tell Astra in the Discord server. If you want to. If there's something that you think of later, I'm sure it is possible for you to let Astra know later. But is there anything else, perhaps? Maybe. For me, if I'm trying to just like think of other little things, you've already sort of handled some of the stuff I had said about making sure your edges have good variety. There's more exaggeration here than there used to be. I think it's working. Absolutely killer design, one of my favorites. Hell yeah. Ari's a robot idol girl that has somewhat similar hair. It's metal. Ah, interesting. Oh, hi, Time Dragon. I'm doing well. I hope you are too. Tangents in the hexagon pattern seem a bit non-satisfying to me. It might just be me, though. What do you mean, tangents? As in the fact that they're all touching each other? Or do you mean the tangent happening here, where the two layers are overlapping each other? How they interact with the edge? Which ones? These ones or the outer ones? So I can see what you mean. We had suggested adding that. The straight edge. That's fair. Maybe we don't need a straight edge at all. We had added the edge that follows the edge of the hexagons before to the bottom side, but I don't know if we had thought to do it everywhere. But yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Aisu. We've got a graphic designer eye on this, which is helpful. Also, I think that's a worthwhile modification here. Holding my peace for now. Undead Diver, why are you saying that like a threat? Are you threatening to no longer hold your peace? Are you threatening to turn to a life of violence at some point in time that you are not going to alert us of? Some later day, Undead Diver may no longer have peace. Try moving the edges, it just reminded me of crinkle cut fries? What? That may just be you. I'm not seeing that when I look at this. I don't see crinkle cut or fries. I almost said thighs. Don't crinkle cut your thighs either. I don't think that's recommended. But I think the other thing that this is making me notice is that having this mid-tone color somewhere in here would be good, because that would help me to separate which of these is the front one from which is the back one. Because right now they're sort of touching in a way where I can't tell which one is in front of the other. Do you see there's like 2 layers of that back element in here? Oh, we actually can't see it on this one, but on this one we can. There's 2 layers of them, and I can't tell where one layer starts and the other layer ends, even though they are sort of just touching and overlapping a little bit. So you may want to make the one that's in front a little bit lighter or something. Or you can change the value of the green that is being used just a little bit on those ones, perhaps, so I can tell which one is which, you know? French fry VTuber would be great. Hell yeah, French fry VTuber. You could wear a red dress with gold accents, and your hair could be long and blunt with the way that it's cut, and be super like straight. Or you could have like curly fry hair, or you could have crinkle cut fry hair. Maybe you could have all 3 of them in different parts of your hair. I love food themed VTubers. I want more food themed VTubers, please. Please, I have so much fun critiquing them. We have so many ideas for them. Not gonna lie, when I saw this design, I saw bee instead of butterfly because of the hexagons. Yeah, there's more butterfly stuff, so I don't blame it. Yeah, I think the hexagons are going for sort of that like carbon tech angle more so. Raise his hand. Hi, Aisu. Thank you for being a food themed VTuber. Potato waffle fries for a skirt. Oh, guys, somebody has to do it. You've got to design one now. You have to. I'm requiring you. You have to put that in your list of designs you're going to make. But yeah, I can see why these may cause you to think about bees if we're thinking about flying insects a little bit, but unfortunately I don't know if we have a geometric shape we associate with butterflies. Unless you were to make the panels more like the cells of wings, but that may get a little bit too organic, perhaps? Maybe? But like, as I'm thinking about this, you could have the wings in sort of like a shape that's like this overall, and have the segments that are inside of it that are the solar cells for the array be variations on that shape if you want to get further away from it feeling like that. So like, you know, butterflies often have wings where, how does it work? They get bigger towards this edge, you know? And then they have like a lot of much smaller ones down here. But you could use a shape like this that still feels digital and technical instead of using a shape that is hexagons. Although the hexagon may be a more traditional choice for something that is a solar array, you know? Raise his hand again. Aisu, they just need to know what you look like is what it sounds like. I know what you look like, but I don't know if the shroommates do. You guys should look at Aisu. Aisu is are you still a lump of ice cream on somebody on the Gorley's head? Or are you now something that is burger-like? I can't remember. Pizza now. Okay, I couldn't remember. I know you used to be ice cream themed. There we go. But yeah, something like this for the wings may help you to not read as bee-like from those shapes, maybe, for the wings. Like, you know, this is the bottom wing of a butterfly, top wing of a butterfly. Definitely you could make the shape more effective and interesting than what I've done right now. I'm just trying to get sort of an idea out. definitely hack together some shapes to get an overall feeling that you enjoy, but maybe this would be better shaped than the hexagon. Because also, we don't have hexagons anywhere else in the design as far as I can tell, but you do have slanted squares elsewhere. You got rhombuses. More rhombus, maybe, for repetition of shape, perhaps. Yeah. Don't forget roll call. You're so right. But let me do, I gotta do math, and then I do roll call. So we've got 2, 4, 5, 7. I can't count like that. I have to count. I have to say numbers. You have to ignore me. Close your ears. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10. I said nothing. I didn't say anything. It will not stand in court. I didn't say anything. Nothing was on record. So I think since your last critique, you gained a full point. At least. Yeah, you gained a full point since your last critique. I think the design is significantly stronger than it was before. Despite 1 point not sounding like that much. And all the little things you could modify are sort of nitpicky things. I think you're most of the way there. You're getting there, yeah. Oh my god, they said 4, 5! I said that 5 ate 6, or how does that go? So, who ate 6? One of them ate 6. I'm not saying it, I lied. 45? Yeah! Yeah, Chuckarama, you get a 45 out of 10. In all of our hearts. But good work! Can we get a round of applause for Chuckarama, please? For Astra Light, please. 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's how it went. Yeah. Can taste my debut soon. Yes, you've got this. I'm so excited for you that you get to debut soon. Good luck. Good luck. And also thank you again for skipping the line. Thank you. Let me see if Revity is here, because Revity would be next if Revity is here. Oh, Revity, are you here? I feel bad when I give critiques for people who skip the line and they aren't present. Whoops, spoiler. Because I feel like you can get so much more out of it if you can provide, you know, feedback or notes or things like that about the design. But this is your spoiler. You can look at it now while we look for Revity. My eyes are open and searching. I'm gonna eat a couple bites of snack. Also, I didn't clap with my own hands. That echoed weirdly in here. Is Revity a Twitch or YouTube fella? I know Revity is on Twitch. I don't know if Revity also uses YouTube though. Don't know. Creature, yes. Yes. Might do a V-Raid model just to get to debut sooner than later. Honestly, that is important to do, Moss Cake. Hit the ground running. Just do it. Just start. That's what I did. I started with a V-Raid model that was, albeit somewhat heavily edited in Blender. It was good for getting us started. Yeah, I know Revity was here earlier. I just want to make sure that Revity is aware. Let me send Revity a DM, because Revity and I were talking about this for them redeeming their honorary skip the line. Your turn. I'll take roll while we see if Revity appears. Who's here for class today, roommates? I already asked this, but if you haven't checked in and you would like to, go for it. I'm gonna scroll back in time to the beginning of the day to see who all checked in. YouTube roommates, you may just have to say hi or here again if you would like me to call your name. If you'd like me to say hi. Because I think I would not be successful in scrolling back. Oh, hi, Revity! Hi! I'm taking roll and then we'll be on you, yes. I just wanted to make sure you were aware. Let's see. So, today, I see Ultra Squid, Caprique, Zerato, Aerith, Mad Buns, Magnus, Spudly Sprout, Spudly. Can I just call you Spudly? Can I just call you Spudly? Do I need to full name you? I guess I can full name you, but I don't know if I need to. Bleak, Sadism, Nilo, Undead Diver, Edward, Chokorama, Lamia, Friendly Guy, Riraku, Selma, Lance, Abstrudaloopsy, Ulemini, Chili, Nini, Amber, Cetalsade, Star, Lance, Serman, Toonie Imp Gold, Corey, scrolling up while making funny sounds, Nyabari, Manzana, Shikatsu, Luvanson, Revity, Jarl Odin, Jazzy Cat. There's doing an ad right now in the middle of me doing roll. How rude. Kind Candy Floss, or Isu, Vera, Karma Chaos, Zeop, Pastella, Von Velveteen. Whoa, fancy name. Art Fun, Pico Pico Panic, Yorkie Otome. Hi. Oh, Pico Pico Panic, thank you for following. I appreciate it. YouTube roommates, I see Pumpkin and Tiburon, maybe a changeling. I know Moss Cake is here. I saw a couple other fellas. Hello. Lurkers, don't worry. As I said before, I got you marked down. I'm always honored that you spend time with me. Also, people from the future who are watching the VOD, hi. I hope you're having a good time out there in the future. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Revity. That was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Edward, please? Pretty please? If you'd be so kind, pretty please with, how does the phrase go? Pretty please with, like, something on top? It's like a food, right? Why can't I think of food names? What's wrong with me? Also, Aisu, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your rotation with extra cheese on top. Perhaps, maybe. Perhaps, maybe. Pretty please with extra cheese on top. With cherry on top. Yeah, cherry on top, cherry on top. That's what it's supposed to be. Thank you. But welcome to Rotation, roommates. So Revity is here. So I will introduce Revity's new outfit design. Ooh. So Revity is who has this design. Revity uses the pronouns she, they, and can be found at Revity Rhyme. Revity says, hello, I am an Eldritch Deer VTuber. This is an alt outfit where I wanted to explore a more masculine style, but I don't have much lore in mind for explaining its origin. I guess the origin is cool vibes. That's fair. I think you being an Eldritch Deer who is trying to dress a little bit dapper, maybe in a little bit more masculine of a style, is enough for concept, perhaps. I think it comes across pretty clearly. Oh, we're in an ad break. No. I'll let you guys observe Revity while I take a bite of my food, maybe, since we are in an ad break. Perhaps. Would this count as no shoes? That's actually a great question if we are participating in bingo, because I forgot to participate in bingo. I think this does count as no shoes. I don't think Revity has shoes. Revity only loosely has legs right now. So, yes, I would say that counts. Yep, I have that as an option. Lovely. Do I get to check anything else off on my lists? I don't think I do. I think I will not be getting bingo today if I had to make an educated guess. Chugorama, do you have air vents in your head, on your head? I don't think you do. I don't know if you have space for them. But that's sort of like a funny thing that is like kind of robot-y that might be fun for you to add to your design if you wanted to. Interesting. I would agree with no shoes, okay? Revity agrees. For my character being no shoes, they've paws, they can't have shoes. Don't know if that counts. I mean, you can definitely wear shoes over paws, but that does count as no shoes, yes. Yeah, wow, I actually don't get to check any boxes on my bingo. Wow, okay. Truly unique VTuber designs, at least as far as my bingo goes today, that don't take a lot of the common VTuber trope boxes. Let me eat my post a little bit. The bread has gotten chewy. Recommendation: if you decide to toast the bread to make your PB&J to bring to work, don't put it right inside the bag immediately as soon as you've pulled it out of the toaster and put the condiments on it, because the humidity will untoastify it. And then when you go to eat it, potentially 6 hours later, it will have the consistency of, what do you call it? Styrofoam. It was bad. I bit it at work. This was on Tuesday last week, and the professor I work with looked over at me and was like, why did I hear you bite your bread? Why did it squeak? I was like, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't know. Get out of ads to close-up EG telling me the bread is chewy. Don't make your sandwiches turn to styrofoam. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Same with fresh bread and pancakes. Store them after cooking in a wire rack so the moisture doesn't make the bottom soggy. Yeah. Gross, icky, bad, not good. I'm chewing as fast as I can because I feel bad. I'm so bad at eating while I'm on stream. Okay. So, Revity, if I had to guess what your occupation is right now while you're dressed this way, there's something about this design that is making me think you're a conductor. And not like a train conductor, but like a musical conductor. And I'm not sure if it's the style of vest with the tie, but something about that is making me read you that way, which is interesting. Yeah, either that or Phantom Thief I could see. So if you're looking for a concept layer for lore, one of those would be fitting without you having to change very much. Maybe the long, whatchamacallit, tail for the jacket is pushing us in that direction as well. But if you're looking for that other layer for the concept, just for, you know, as you're deciding about lore, that may work. Feeling like an eldritch hostess. Ooh, that could be cool also. That would be believable as well. I could see that. Yeah, I agree. Why not both? Hostess by evening, Phantom Thief by night, composer by day. All of those things. Man, you got 3 whole lives. Eldritch Nightmare all the time. 24/7. Maybe it can be a way for them to try and make people more comfortable around them. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, maybe. I could see that. So, first, I want to do a silhouette test. Not because I think there's any issue with the silhouette, but I, once again, just want to show the strength of the silhouette here. I think we had good things to say about Revity's silhouette in the previous iteration of Revity's clothing, but for the updated silhouette, nope. Try again. There we go. Bam. I'd say you're pretty recognizable again still. So, your antlers, which are made of tentacles, do look a lot more antler-like than I remember them looking in your previous iteration of your outfits and design, which is much clearer in the silhouette also. Your ears, or maybe these are just pieces of hair? No, they're your ears. Your ears add some breakup to your hair. You've kind of gone for almost like a jellyfish style cut too, which it's wider above your ear and then narrower below your ear. So that adds some variety to your silhouette as well. It's really super cinching your waist in, adds some good contrast to your silhouette. There's some nice asymmetry coming from the fact that you have the tentacles more wrapped around this leg and then sort of freely moving about and swaying in the wind on the other side. Your legs, by making them just committed to not being human at all, gives them a unique silhouette in and of itself, but adding that little break in them so that they're not continuous does add a nice little negative space moment. You've exaggerated your hands a good bit, which I can't remember if that's how your hands were before. They may have been. But that also makes your silhouette more distinct, and it adds to sort of the subtle uncanniness of your design. Because for the most part, when we look at you, we're like, oh, cute, friendly. And then the longer we look, we're like, well, what is this made out of? What is that? What's going on here? Ah. There's like a list of things that the longer you look, you'll start to note. And that does help to give us that sort of uncanny feeling without making you less appealing to an audience at the same time. But then also, when talking about your silhouette, I love the exaggeration of the tail of your coat jacket. It's so big and long. That's great. It's like cascading across the floor. You've got a good weight to your silhouette. You're much heavier at the bottom of your silhouette than you are at the top, which is great. Is that a TOS violation on the left? Where on the left? Here? You might be getting a little bit, you might be flirting maybe with a TOS violation for that. Just for my own safety, I might do that, just so that I don't get bonked for it. Careful, no amount of underboob is allowed on Twitch, unfortunately. As maybe heartbreaking as that is, just something to be careful of. But generally, silhouette. You've got enough subtle asymmetry that you feel very natural in your design, and you still feel balanced at the same time. So I don't really have any issues with your silhouette as it is right now. There's good exaggeration, good contrast, good weight, good positive negative space interplay. Hell yeah. 1984. I'm not a fan of the removal of assets either. I wish we could have them, but it is the platform that we have to listen to. I've seen designs with around that amount of exposure, it should be fine. Okay, but here's the thing. There are a lot of designs that are also flirting with TOS violations, and they have just been lucky enough to fly under the radar for long enough that we think it's fine until, who knows, 3 years into their streaming career, they finally get bonked for it. The enforcement is not always fantastic or evenly measured on Twitch and other platforms, so it may be safer to not risk it. But it seems like this is very clearly a toggle that Revity is using, so like, maybe sticking to the buttoned-up version may be safer. Teeny risky, but the Twitch TOS states that cleavage is unrestricted. Really just don't like underboob, and I believe this is safely categorized as cleavage and not underboob. Really? But see, that's the whole problem with TOS, is like, what part of the breast transitions from being considered cleavage to underbreast? Because I think that their auto detection would see that the chest is touching and we're seeing something that goes underneath. That is a plane that is like horizontal almost. That I think would set off their red flags. Meanwhile, anything vertical like this wouldn't. But I don't know, I'm not an expert on this topic, and I don't like how nebulous the statement is. I don't know what qualifies as what. If I ever get bonked, I'll retract that statement. Totally fair. Totally fair. Wait, Loki style, you can take my head but not any of my neck. Now try to cut my head off. True, exactly, kind of. It is vague and it is confusing. And I feel like they do use that to their advantage, unfortunately. We'll do our best with what we can. Just a note that that could be a concern. Anyways, moving on. Moving on. I've been a fan of your color palette since your previous iteration. Orange and purple work lovely together. But you also have some more variety than just one tone of purple. You have purples that are cooler, purples that are warmer. You've got some reds and yellows in the tentacles as well. You're mixing metals with a surprising amount of success as well. Mixing metals can be kind of challenging. And by that I mean, you know, you've got gold and silver, but it doesn't feel too out of place. If you had too much gold, it may feel too whimsical and maybe a little bit too steampunk-y. But I feel like the silver is helping you to stay a little bit more aligned with sort of the dark forest unknown elements, because it's not as saturated. So that's working in your favor as far as color palette goes. I do think right now, though, unfortunately, the colors and their saturation are causing the focal point to be down here in the legs, though. And it is really neat what is happening here. I enjoy the problem solving being done to make the pants interesting, because a lot of sort of men's formalwear inspired designs do struggle to make the legs interesting. Making them an open, almost bell bottom with some straps and some subtle patterns are doing some good things for solving that. But the fact that we have this red and this purple in a large amount and with a lot of saturation around the legs is making it somewhat distracting. If I close my eyes and open them and allow them to sort of snap to the first thing that draws my focus, it's the legs. I do explore and I do land at your head eventually, because there's not much brown elsewhere in the design, but the uniqueness of the red and the quantity of the red being around the legs is a bit distracting. Did notice that. Would it help to darken the color or do something else to draw more attention back up? You can do both. I may suggest doing both, because I think part of the reason this is happening is because this brighter purple is not occurring up around your head as much. Maybe it's occurring in your hair, but I wonder if we could use that gradient again on your collar. And your collar only has the purple gradient in this lower part of the lapel. You could put it on the higher part of the lapel as well. So then it's not as unique where it is in the lower part of the design. That might start to help a little bit. You could maybe have like a slightly thicker purple highlight or something too, or like what if like this whole chunk is purple of your hair right there, and then maybe like this whole chunk of your hair becomes purple right here or something. There's just a little bit more of it that might start to help counterbalance a little bit. So like I think that's starting to be an improvement. The tentacle antlers on your head don't really have as much gradation as the tentacle antlers down here have either. So if they also had that darker red to the orangey undertone to yellow transition that the lower tentacles have, that would also help. I'm guessing they just don't have it right now because this is still in the sketch phase. It's not finished. But that could definitely be something that would help to make your head more focal, because it's adding more contrast up here when there's not as much contrast. And you get a little bit of this in here. Let's see. And then I wonder also if this purple, like, actual horn? Are these actually antlers underneath? They seem like they might be. They could also maybe benefit from having a darker base and a lighter tip. So then we're once again repeating some of those saturated purples that we're only seeing in the lower part. I think all of those things are starting to help bring the focus back up to the head a little bit more. We're adding some brighter colors, but yes, I think we could just generally darken some of the elements in the lower part a bit, and that would help. So let me grab this as a selection and see if I can do that sort of effectively. If I take like a blue on a multiply layer, make it kind of neutral. I'm not gonna make it this dark, but this may just help to push those elements back a little bit, which sucks because they are so cool, but they're just so distracting. Purple's crystals. One antler is completely crystal, and there's a small tentacle wrapped around it. Whoa! If it's crystal, you could get into rendering it so that it feels more like it is made of a crystal material. So like if it has like refraction and it's super shiny, if it's like sharp and a little bit more angular in some places, that could make that clear. And then that would add some interest. So that way, you know, as you tilt your head around a bit, it gets some like reflection, refraction bouncing off of it because it's like a shiny surface. It's glass-like or something. That might help. Let's see. I don't know if we need to darken those things this much, but I think this is already moving in the right direction here. And I don't know if you so much need a sweeping gradient from the bottom up. You might just need to just push those back a little bit. This seems to be helping to make your head a lot more focal, although now your shirt is competing maybe a little bit with your face, but I think that is moving in the right direction. Masks would make it so shiny. Yeah. Model artist is amazing with crystal work, and I plan to ask for more detailed lighting effects. Hell yeah! I think that'll definitely help to make your head more focal, but generally, just a little bit darker and less saturated with some of these elements that are lower on the body. A little bit more saturation in your collar, perhaps, and keep the consistency in how you're having the tentacles that are red rendered, and I think that'll solve most of the focal point trouble. It's not too bad. So I'm gonna mark that down for focal point, which is that primary focal point is definitely considered, but we can make it clearer, perhaps. Color palette, lovely. I don't really have any issue with your color palette as far as color choices, proportioning, clarity. I can see most everything pretty well. The artist did a great job of making sure that elements that are this black color are not directly touching each other, which helps a lot with clarity. So adding this white trim around the bottom edge of the sleeve, adding these, I guess they're almost like magenta to orange elements underneath the jacket is helping. Adding some trim to the inside so that we're not losing the vest against the pants also helps. There's a lot of smart moves being made in that area. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is totally acceptable. I was commending this design before for the fact that we've made the legs a little bit more interesting because a lot of masculine style formal wear really struggles in that department. And you didn't have to resort to any of the typical typical suspects either, which is like the leg belt, what do you call it, garter, holster, leg belt thing. The tentacles wrapping on the breathe. The tentacles wrapping around the leg add that interest. The subtle pattern of the eyes adds that interest, as well as some subtle uncanniness. The eyes, as far as level of detail goes, make for a nice repeating motif that are influencing the physical shape of objects. So like we have buttons that are eyes. The bottom part of the tie has become an eyeball, but almost feels like it's antlered. The elements that are on the sides of the collar reference the antlers in their shape a little bit, with the way that they're sort of swirling out a little bit, and they feel both like filigree and antlers, which helps them to make sense and find a good home on the lapels. And then, even more behind the tie, the style of the blouse or the colored shirt has more eyes hidden within it. This bubbling almost feels like something that you would see eyeballs in as well. So I think it all makes sense. It works out together for me. Yeah. Having sharp edges for the bottom of your sleeves makes them feel a little bit more formal and fancy, while also adding something interesting to silhouette. The details all feel like they make sense. The sharp edges help to tell us as a viewer that while you may seem a little bit friendly on the surface, you are quite dangerous, and that you should not be fooled. You are very dangerous. Red and purple are also colors we tend to associate with danger or poison or blood, injury, fear. So the psychology of your color choices is also effective here. But yeah, I would say level of detail, totally appropriate. I don't have much to suggest that you change. Royal, yeah, the blue also does, or the purple also does feel very royal, which I think is helping to align you in that sort of formal wear element that you're aiming for with it. Maybe that's why some fellas were seeing you as like a host or something, because that is a position we see as being very princely or important in a refined manner. And then for concept and motifs, the Eldritch Deer angle does come through pretty clearly. The use of tentacles to become horns and crystal to become horns is very interesting. Repeating motif of eyes is pretty effective. I don't really have any critique for you there. I think everything has been applied pretty dang well out the gate. I think most of the trouble that was being had here was just in focal point. Shermits, do you guys have any critiques for this? Let's see if I have any other things I might suggest off the top of my head, but I would say that this is a effective way of handling an outfit that is meant to be more masculine. Here's a question. I know your mouth thing usually opens up down to your chest. Is there some mechanism where this collar comes off and then it opens along these seams so that way your mouth can still like peel open all the way down to your chest? Is that why the seams are placed along the sides here? Because I can see it on this element here, where your mouth ends. That's why I asked for the toggle with the open shirt on the left. Ah-ha, I see. Okay, makes sense. I was just curious. Is it still Clue Seller? Oh, is that who your artist is? I am not familiar with this fella, but I may have to look into them. Such a cool design. I agree. Shermates, is there anything else you would suggest that we could modify, or we could suggest to Revity and Revity's designer to be modified? Or do we think this is pretty much ready to ship? I would say this is mostly ready to ship as far as I'm concerned. Clue Seller is amazing. Okay, well, here. Let me do a little copy and paste into my Twitter and see if I can find them. I'll steal that for myself, for my notes. Was wondering, did you have any suggestions for the crystal thingies on the waist? They look great from the front, but feel a little awkward from the back. Okay, here, let me take a look at them. Feel awkward from the back. Which crystal thingies? These ones? Or do you mean... Oh, these. I was reading these as being metal. But if they are crystal, I think the reason why they're reading as being a little bit weird from the back is just because they're not treated with a level of ornateness that is comparable to the other elements you have. I wonder if splitting this into something a little bit more branching on the back. Whoops. Wrong layer, Kronk. If this was something a little bit more branching, so this feels like it's akin to the antlers on the back, that might work, but I don't know if they need to all be touching like this either. This could be something where, you know, on the back they mimic the front, where they're all just sort of like shaped like this and they leave some negative space there. Maybe they do deserve to have a little bit of detail where they've got like, oh, here's like another branch of this one or something. And maybe they're not completely symmetrical. Something like that may work. Perhaps. Did my Kamiyoshi's design? Aha! Clue Seller. I'm finding them. But yeah, I think that maybe this just feels a little bit awkward because it was sort of just perfectly arcing across the back. It may just want a little bit more detail. Where maybe some of these branch, maybe this one connects to that one instead of them all connecting to the one that is directly next to them, and maybe this doesn't connect to this one down here. That seems interesting for shape and for adding some flow. But yeah, I think maybe, yeah, it could be a little bit more considered, perhaps. Do you have any other questions, Revity, about it? Because I can definitely answer some of your questions if you have them, too. I'm not sure if you can... Oh, wait, you can't hear me. I think somebody gifted you a sub. Mentioned that Cluseller also did work for an anime. Oh my gosh, that's cool. Did the mineral and gem work in Rory Rocks? Hell yeah. That's sick. Oh, I see. This person definitely likes crystals. That is their header on Twitter. Which is funny. But yeah, I think that would be my suggestion for handling the back element. Make it asymmetrical, maybe. Add a little bit more detail to it, perhaps also. If they have a more scary form, would somebody just go insane from seeing it? Probably in a true Eldritch fashion. Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah. Did a double take seeing the name in the opening. Hell yeah. Like the asymmetry? Yeah, I think that would be a good move for it. Ooh, freaking slay. I do agree, freaking slay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 out of 10. Pretty dang good there. That's a very respectable score. Bam! Can we get a round of applause for Revity? And for Revity's designer also. You're so cool. Thank you for submitting your design to us to take a look at. We were very excited seeing your first version of your design, and I'm a big fan of this also, again, so. Hell yeah. They're offering you apples. Do eldritch deer like eating apples and grains and corn? Oh wait, I have to show you guys this. I gotta see if I can find a good photo of it. My parents live in the woods and they have a piebald deer that comes to eat in their yard. They have piebald deer. It's so cool looking. He's like spotted. It's only the lower half of his body, but it's kind of cow-like or Dalmatian-like, and it's really interesting. I don't think I have too many more questions. I'll ask for the hair floofies to be a little more floofy, but otherwise, thank you much for the tips about focal point. Yeah, of course. I do feel bad that we didn't have a lot to suggest, but honestly, this is so effective already that, I mean, it just needed a couple, maybe little nudges in the right direction with maybe the back element there and the focal point, but it's most of the way there already. Your artist has done a good job. They know what they're doing. But thank you for submitting. Yeah, deer. My parents had 14 deer in their yard at one point when I was visiting them yesterday for Fungi Father's birthday. Man, that Appalachia can sure fit a lot of deer in it. Here we go. I'll save this and I will close it. Pop. This is a spoiler. We're not doing this one next because we had another skip the line. I gotta find Spudley. Spudley, have you submitted? I know you said you're ready, but your submission is in, right? Slaps that Appalachia. Yeah, just slap the whole Appalachia. I'm sure that'll go over very well. Let's see. Name. I can search through my form in many different ways, and I was going to search by pronoun accidentally. Can you imagine? I submitted a while ago. That's okay. Let's see. Spudley, how did you spell your name? Is your name just Spud? Spudley, how'd you spell your name in your submission? Because there's not a submission under the name Spudley. Spudley Sprouts? I wonder if you spelled your name wrong. This has been a thing that's happened before. Let's try again. Spudley. That would be correct, okay. I do think that your name was spelled incorrectly. I think you're missing a letter. But I found your email address from previous submission, and I think that'll help. There we go. Because you submitted, I think this is technically your third submission, maybe? There we go. Got it. Bam. Grab that. Oh, funny, your color palette definitely fits with what we've looked at today. Lots of, or I don't know if we've looked at it yet, but lots of purples and greens and blues when we're looking at fellas who are maybe digitally inspired. What is a name if not spelled correctly? Your name is spelled, it was just S-U-D. It was Sudley. I'm dyslexic. It's okay, don't worry. Don't worry, I found you. I wish Google Forms would give you like a way to review your submission at the end, just to make sure that everything has been entered correctly, because I have made failures in submission before. I have improperly entered the number of I's in my name. Sudley, no, yeah, it was Sudley Sprouts, so you're Sudsy. Now you have to add soap to your design. Let me see. Wee, skip the line. I just saved you in here. Bam, here you are. Found you. Kept thinking about my submission I did so long ago. What if I accidentally forgot everything? No, I don't think you forgot everything. I see you're in there. I just haven't gotten to you yet. I see you submitted, I think, somewhere in the like 400 or 500 range, if I remember correctly, and we're just not there yet still. if as insane as that sounds, I've critiqued, I think, 400 designs on stream, so you may be soon? Question mark? But there's a lot. Become cilantro, you can be soap and sprout. I don't think cilantro tastes like soap. I think you're wrong. I think I need to resubmit my newest design. I think this is the third one I've submitted. Well, once we get to your first original submission, I just pull the most recent submission, so that way we're critiquing the most updated version, usually. Sometimes I miss it if a name has changed, but yeah. Still at 800 plus. We are actually at 798 right now. Revity was the 798th submission to the form. We used to be over 1,000, and I do have a number of fellas I need to go through and delete again. Man, this is big. It'll never end. You're never gonna get rid of me. You're stuck with EG forever. And ever. So, this is Spudley Sprouts, whose pronouns are they, them. Goes by Sprout, perhaps. The notes are that Sprout is a space-obsessed ghost that travels through galaxies to experience each of the universe's stars. Because of the intangible nature of their body, they will accidentally take new and old stars into their care if they are not careful. Because of the nature of Sprout's body, they will often use the tendrils from their body to hold and pick up things for them. Ah, intriguing. Glad to hear it. You guys are happy that you're stuck with me forever, and I'm relieved. I said that, and I'm always in the back of my mind prepared for the chorus of, no, EG, I'm gonna get rid of you as soon as possible. We're gonna bury you in the ground, and you'll never come out, and we will never release you from your cage. Go away, EG. But no, you're stuck with me. You can't get rid of me. I will be here forever, never, unless I have to take a full-time job that would make it impossible to stream. You're stuck with me. Is that we're stuck with you, or are you stuck with us? No, you're stuck with me. You're trapped in the room with me. I've kidnapped all of you, and I've stored you either in my basement down here or in my attic up there, and you're stuck. You're not allowed out. This is what I decree. You are permanent residents of the Shroom State. You may have, residency to other nations, but you will always be stuck as a resident of the Shroom State. You will always have legal citizenship here, and I will not let go of that. It is for life, it is forever. Hi, Asher. Thank you for subscribing, or for following. I appreciate it. Thank you. Why are you shaking the bars? You act like you don't want to be here. You want to be here. You want to be here. I can read your mind. I know that you are being silly and that you don't mean it. Shroom. Yes, that's me. I am Shroom. But I'm going to take a bite of my snack, my food, and then we're going to do a critique. You guys should observe the design and think in your brain about what you may provide to Spudley Sprouts as a critique. For yes, no. No. Are you crazy? False. No. You're not getting out of my house. You're not allowed. Door is locked. We're so locked in today. We're so locked in that you can't leave. You're not allowed out. You can't jail a slime. We're always free to roam slimes. Okay, but if the walls are made of stone and there's no gaps between them, you're not going anywhere. You can't get out. It's not just jail cell bars. I've got many layers to it. You can't escape me. Yamari, thank you for subscribing with Prime for 8 months. Welcome back. You only get to use one of those Prime subs a month, and I'm honored you'd use it for me. Thank you. I'll go to my yard and see if there's an inky cat mushroom there. There may be. This is the time of year where you might start finding them. I feel like I found them most in the fall, but I think you can start finding them in the spring. We're pretty flexible as a mushroom species. Yeah. Don't free me, this is better than school. Well, I won't. That's what this whole discussion has been about, is that I'm not. I have to bite my snack. I have to eat it, and I have to stop talking to do that. Hang on. Room temperature cottage cheese. My favorite. I should just executive order decision that I should, or decide that I should eat the rest of this right now before it gets more room temperature. I need the rest of it before it gets more room temperature. It's not as good room temperature, I'll say. Yes, it is snack time. Shroommates, eat your snacks! Have you eaten properly today? Have you drank properly today? Did you take your meds properly today? Please do those things. I've done them properly, other than the half piece of toast I haven't eaten. I took all my meds like a good little shroom. And you should too. Be a good little shroom. Debatable? Change it to not be debatable. You have the power. You have the power to make it not debatable. Have a handful of dry cereal. Remedy, maybe can you make it 2 handfuls of wet cereal? That's a weird way of saying that. Well, I've now infested my own mind with the idea of you taking a handful of dry cereal, dipping it in water, and putting it in your mouth. That's not what I'm suggesting. Place in bowl with maybe a milk. And maybe more than a handful would be my suggestion. Should I pour milk over my hands? No, 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 not what I want. But hey, to grow up into a big, strong eldritch deer, you need plenty of calcium, okay? How else are you gonna form those crystals? What material are they made of? Are they not calcite crystals? Probably not, actually. Maybe quartz. Eat some silicon. Yeah, eat some silicon dioxide, and that'll help you, Remedy, I think. Mouthful of milk, then put the cereal in. Yes, that is a valid strategy. I'll accept that. Go eat some bones. No, that's not a valid strategy. Don't do that. Don't eat bones. Those are crunchy and they will hurt your mouth. No. Ironically, my family's prone to osteoporosis. Oh, hell yeah, there you go. There you go. Nice and strong bones. The correct noise, eat cereal with no milk. That's not correct. Cereal is meant to be enjoyed with milk. That is the way the gods intended. And by the gods, I mean Kellogg's. Probably. Bones have the good crunch. Okay, you can think so, but the Shroommates should not think so. We are biodegrading flesh, not bone, okay? We don't really break those down very effectively. At least I don't think I do. Really, your family's excess bones. I have a little excess bone, as we talked about earlier. You can't have it. I can't share it with you. I can't remove it physically, but I don't know. Warm or cold milk for cereal? Cold milk. Why? Are you heating your milk for your cereal? Why would you have it hot? That just turns into like a porridge. That turns it into like oatmeal or like just mushy stuff in hot liquid. No. What? I've never heard that before. Kellogg made cereal for weird reasons. Yes, he did. He made cereal for godly reasons, as I am alleging. As I am implying. Me eat my snack. I'm still yapping and not eating it because I've decided to be silly. Curse me, I'm too goofy. Oh, you kind of heard that bite and I'm so sorry. I bit the crust and I saw it show up on my microphone bars and I'm sorry for that. I never want you to have to face eating ASMR. You can watch me chew though. Oh, glasses on I guess, okay, also. Sure. What did Kellogg do? I'm unfamiliar with the Kellogg lore. I can't, well, I'm a say-so shroom, so I can't really maybe partially discuss it. He was trying to prevent an inappropriate action from occurring, if I remember correctly. It's worth Googling. But not worth me getting into. It would be out of character for me. Perhaps thoroughly. To manipulate sexual, basically. Maybe. That may have been his intent, yeah. Or at least prior to marriage, yes. Hey, careful with your words there. Just ate my special anti-seizure med. Hell yeah! I'm glad you can lock in. I didn't say it. I know you didn't say it, and that's why I told you to be careful, because you almost said it. Careful. Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. The graham cracker? Or did it happen twice? I don't know what you're talking about, but graham crackers. Kellogg is the guy. Kellogg did things. Any cereal VTubers? I think I saw a cereal marshmallow VTuber a long time ago, but they retired that design. Ah, see, cereal marshmallows I feel like is such a ripe opportunity for a VTuber design. I know a bowl of noodle VTuber, which is spicy noodles. But I assume maybe if you need a breakfast themed outfit, you could be the bowl you could be the bowl of cereal. They just shark up with milk. It was so cute. Oh, we've lost so many cool designs to graduation. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. New extra credit. Maybe we do have to do an extra credit that is designing characters based on food. I feel like I do have to make that a thing at some point or another. I feel like it'd be so cute. Breakfast-wise, I have a pancake. Oh, that would also be really cute, though. Yeah, I could see that, too. Oh, man. Be down. Okay, let me add that to my list. Hang on. Let me add that to my list of possible extra credits. Food-based character. Future. Saw a really good Apple design recently. Oh, there's a lot of really good Apple VTuber designs in the last, like, I feel like 3 or 4 months. I don't know what inspired it, but I have been seeing that recently, yeah. Saw a takoyaki VTuber somewhere in the world once. Want to see them again. There's a bunch of them. There's a cheese VTuber I saw once also, too, where, like, the hair was, like, melting gooey cheese. There's some interesting VTuber designs out there. But if you have more food VTubers, I'm intrigued to see them. Perhaps. What if Uma Musume, but all the characters are all VTuber designs based on cereal mascots? That would be something. That would be definitely something. But Amber is right. We do need to lock back in so I can get through all the designs, because it is 4 p.m. Although I feel like we're making okay progress with speed right now, I think. I think. But yeah, we'll lock in. We got keys. Tingle, tingle, shroommates. Tingle, tingle. Spudly. Spudly sprouts. Yeah. So, I have to say, when I first looked at you, I thought your shirt was meant to be a motif of a house. Which I'm not sure if that's what you intended for, but I was reading this as a window, and this as another window, and this being the, like, roof of the house, and these being sort of like, you know, when you have a roof that overhangs, you do end up with, like, some sort of, like, metal siding underneath it. And this particular pentagon shape down here was also making me think of a house. And I'm not sure if that is what you were intending for with the design, but it's just a strange thing that I was getting from looking at you. So you may want to change the balance of these elements a little bit and make these feel a little bit less window-like, maybe? For the way the design is reading. We may also want to play around with the cut of some of the clothing. This is an interesting shape for silhouette reasons. But I feel like we could push it a little bit more, maybe, you know? And we could maybe break this up into more than one material, perhaps, also. Go more old school alien. No, I see what I can see the old school alien element too. I'm just telling you a weird association that I was getting from looking at the combination of elements here. But I feel like we can push some of those things a little more. So first, I think you may want a little more exaggeration in some areas. So like your hair is a little bit flat and long. We could probably exaggerate your hair a little bit more. It seems like your hair is attempting to be sleek right now, and we don't want to take that away. But your tail is a really big, clear shape. Your shoulder, I don't know what they're called. I guess they're kind of sleeves, are a big, clear shape. We could just exaggerate your hair a little bit more so that it's adding to the silhouette even further. Do you want to be bald on the side of your head is another question. I know that for some styles of undercuts, you do end up being almost bald, but you may just want like the tiniest little amount of something purple on this side of your head. Unless this is your toupee wig that you're wearing to make it less obvious that you are in fact an alien. Is this your disguise, and we want to be able to see around the edge of the disguise to know that you are not in fact completely human? Question mark. That could be maybe an option. That could be what you're aiming for with that, which would work. Maybe. Chips and Twizzlers. Whoa, what a good snack. Eyes are hard to see, sadly. Yeah, we will get to that. But I do feel like we may want to change the cut of this somehow. I was wondering as I was looking at this if it may be a more interesting shape if we just made this a capelet, essentially. Just like a really wide, exaggerated capelet. Because I think that would help get us away from the house-like shapes that I was sort of seeing, while still feeling like something we would expect to see in space. We do think of like Starfleet commands as wearing clothing that can be sort of formal, and capelets are somewhat formal. So then that would also give us more space that we can place the two chest elements in somewhere. I didn't think of a wig, no. Okay. If you may just want to put a sliver of hair on the other side of the head then. But let me see if I can change the shape of this just a little bit. I'm gonna make the flow feel maybe a little bit more natural if it isn't so sharp, maybe. Alternatively, you could make it even sharper, maybe, if this is like a really strong angle we're hitting. But having it be really angular, higher in the shoulder, makes it feel like it might be uncomfortably tight for this character to be wearing. I do think that having a longer capelet would work well with the tail, because it'd be nice and flowy as you're moving around, sort of the way like skirts often are. It'd have a lot of movement as you fly through the cosmos. Took me this long to remember that because Twitch is crashing doesn't mean I can't come watch on YouTube. That's true. YouTube is sometimes more stable, although recently it's like, hey, scroll down. Hey, have you scrolled down? Hey, remember to scroll down. Did not scroll down. It's silly. It's a little goofy sometimes. Okay, so. Interesting bottom edge of this element. You had sort of like a ruffled design on the bottom edge of the capelet, but that sort of felt a little bit frilly in a way that I don't know if aligns with the rest of the design. And I'm wondering if there may be a better shape we could use for an underneath layer of this thing. You know, if we're thinking about space or cosmos, they were lights. Ah, maybe increasing their size would make it clear that they're lights. Oh, were you going for like an alien spaceship, like under hull shape with that? Is that what the intent was? If you make them a little bit bigger and space them out a little bit more, they might read a little bit better as lights as opposed to as something that's like a scalloped or like ruched fabric trim underneath. Where this almost feels like it's reminiscent of like an alien spaceship in its overall shape, which could be fun also. I think that might work a little bit better. And then the exaggeration of their size fits in a little bit better with the scale of details you have elsewhere too, perhaps. Make the frail triangles. That could also be an angle, but if they're lights, I don't know if that would work as well. And if they had, you know, something that showed me that they're like something reflective, if they had like a high gloss area on them or something, where they've got a specular highlight, that might be a good move also for them. Your two chest elements, this reads as being something mechanical that is being used to maybe control something, or not mechanical, yeah, no, mechanical. This is something that it feels like it's an interface of some sort. It may be beneficial to have it larger. Change the size and maybe make it a little bit bigger. If it is controlling something, in fact. Like maybe it aligns with like that bottom edge of the jacket, so then this is the element that we are assuming controls the lights or something, or some other element. And then you've got this little ladder element, which I think is something that is holding lights again. Now that I'm closer, it looks like it's holding a couple little glow sticks. I wonder if we could, whoops, hang on. Copy, paste, let me move it. We could put it on the chest almost like it's an emblem in the like Starfleet commander kind of way. I wonder if like over here might be a bit better. Maybe a little bigger. I might angle it a little bit. But then that's gonna break up the symmetrical placement of those elements a little bit more. This adds a little more variety to the design. Yeah, which might be good. So now that I've done that, I am looking for areas where we can repeat certain elements. You have this sort of tubing styled element around your waist, which is something that we think of as being worn by astronauts maybe. And it might maybe be nice to repeat that somewhere else in the design. I'm thinking about like, okay, like you could have something like that around the neck maybe if you wanted to repeat it here. So then we're adding something that provides more interest to your silhouette around your neck or something. Maybe you could have that as a bracelet on one arm. Maybe you have that tubing as a trim around the bottom edge of this element. Maybe instead of the collar being the same material as the whole jacket or cape is, maybe you have something that's like the rounded tubing in this area as well or something. So then you've got a piece of tubing that forms this trim. Similar to how some astronaut suits can be made. That could be interesting maybe. Just as options. You don't necessarily have to go for these or all of them, but I'm just giving you options of places it could go maybe. Ah, fair on unfair. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Yeah, more tubes would be cool. Yeah. I'm increasing your tube quantity a little bit just to see what that does. Because I do feel like you just need a couple more details. Just a couple more. Not a ton, but maybe just a little bit more detail. Draw a Twizzler monster. Have fun drawing a Twizzler monster. And then maybe something that would be nice, just to add a subtle detail, would be showing construction lines for the clothing. 'Cause I don't want to tell you to add a ton of detail to your clothing, but even if I could just see like, oh, here's the trim on here. This is funny. I actually might have the exact brush that this was drawn using. Is it this one? Hang on. I have a really crisp pencil brush somewhere. I'm not going to waste my time trying to find it right now, but you could have like, oh, here's my trim line here that connects to that thing. Maybe there's like a panel here. Maybe we can see that there's like, oh, here's like the panels that form like the jacket part of this outfit. Maybe there's like trim lines along here as well. It's so flat, so I didn't shade a thing. That's okay. You don't have to shade things. You can still go with a flat shading style, but adding just like a little bit of detail to show us how the clothing's constructed really can add a lot sometimes. Do you see how much more structure this has? This feels like a garment that really exists. It makes it feel more functional, perhaps, to have added that. So, okay. I think that's moving us in the right direction. I may suggest exaggerating the inside of your collar a little bit more because that green, I think, is helping to make your head more focal. Your purple hair is already helping a little bit, but we need to make sure we're successfully out-competing your tail for the focal point because your tail has every color in the design and is so much more saturated than most of the design. So if we just have a little bit more of this green around your head, that'll probably help bring the focus up here more because it's more saturated than most of the rest of the design. This moment right here where it's really saturated is somewhat distracting, so I may caution you against using that particular color. You may just want to stick to the purples for the body, or picking just another color that's already in the tail to gradate in this area, just because this is also your skin color almost. And your skin color being lighter is helping your head to stand out as well. Let me blend this out. But you could change this to being one of the other colors we already have in your tail somewhere without it becoming too distracting. But I think that's helping. I think that's making your head a little bit more focal. And then you had said something about going for like the traditional alien feeling. If that's the case, I feel like we could exaggerate your eyes a little bit more. I'm grabbing a dark color for your sclera because I think that'll help your eyes to pop a little bit more and will make you feel a little bit more inhuman. We tend to think of aliens as having like very round eyes that are pretty big. So if we exaggerate your eye shape a little bit and round it out around the edges maybe, that might help to make your eye pop. Do you see how much more I can see your iris now? Bam! Stands out a lot more from a distance. Honestly, I feel like I could exaggerate your eyebrow a little bit more too. Whoops, hang on. You could just make your eyebrow an entirely darker color than your hair is too, because that is often how we look as people. Usually our eyebrows, not usually, but often our eyebrows can be a shade or two darker than our hair is, and that'll just help it to pop even more against the hair too. Looks more alien now. Yeah. So I think this will help to make it clear that you aren't just a ghost, but that you are a cosmic of ghost hanging out in the cosmos. You are, or not a ghost. Or you are a ghost, but you are a cosmos-obsessed ghost. Sorry, I'm rearranging the order of all of my words. But I think making you a little bit more alien will help. So let's see, do I have anything else here? You do have arms that are controlled mentally. I feel like you could exaggerate those arms to a greater effect. Right now they're pretty short and they're pretty cylindrical. I wonder if you could have arms that are changing, that are tapering a lot more, if that would add more interest. And we could use that to add a little bit more to your silhouette. Because honestly, your silhouette wasn't bad the way that it was. I would say that the arms help to make it somewhat recognizable, as does your hair shape, which adds some nice asymmetry. We don't tend to see all that many ghost VTubers, so, or character designs in general often. So the tail that meanders back and forth adds some nice asymmetry and adds some distinction, but bigger arms that are behind your back, and bigger arms, even if they like meander back and forth a little bit like your tail does, this could just be an opportunity to add some more interest in those areas. And maybe not all of them have to be super big. Maybe they can have a little more variety in their size and their shape. But tapering them might be kind of nice. Where they're thinner at the top, thicker at the bottom. And then they have a little bit more movement left to right. And then again, as you're flying through space, they can cascade behind you and billow like a cape behind you almost or something. And then they can also reach further to grab objects for you and help you out. Because why have funny little space arms if they're not going to give you an inhuman ability to reach things you could never reach before? Yeah. But I think that would be a fun opportunity as well. So, did I miss something? Let's see. So, talking about level of detail, I think we needed a little more repetition from some of your elements that were showing up, and we needed to change the scale of some elements, and we needed to increase the specificity, especially in the jacket. So I think I would give complexity versus clarity middle of the road, 1 out of 2, because we can push that a little bit further. For color palette, purple, black, blue, teal, green. It's a fun color palette. Those are colors we tend to associate with the cosmos. I am happy that you drew the cosmos in the tail as opposed to just copying and pasting an image of a galaxy in there, because that would have been a total detail level mismatch, and this does fit the level of detail of the rest of the design much more effectively. So that's good for level of detail. But yeah, the colors I don't have much trouble with, although this and this are too similar in value a little bit, where if you are going to do any rendering, it may be worthwhile to be like, all right, okay, so these tubes, they have a light edge on the top because they got a specular highlight on them because they're made out of rubber or something. And if you just give them like that light highlight in some places on the top edge, that will be enough to break them up from the shirt that's being worn underneath. Man, it's kind of like the trail of a comet. Oh, are comet tails this vibrant? I don't know if I've seen one in a minute, but that is an interesting reference that could be made here with the cosmos, maybe. Interesting. Intriguing. You're also absorbing whole stars into your body. I wonder if it might be interesting to have the stars not sit so like they're fully contained within your body. If they sort of like break the edge a little bit and then sort of like are warping space around them or creating sort of that like heat effect, because stars have an immense amount of gravity and an immense amount of heat, and they can do some crazy things during their lifespan. It may just be a fun little detail to add in. We're like, oh, here's this bigger star that we absorbed. It's creating this like miasma of heat that it's warping around it. Or like maybe it's got its like little solar flares that are blipping around here. That could be a fun thing that would add something interesting to the silhouette, because then I think that would make it clearer that you're absorbing these elements as opposed to them just being something that is like a pattern on your tail. And then, you know, maybe you've got a couple ones that are bigger and you've used a different color around them to like signify, oh, here's the heat around this one, or this one's interior here, but I'm going to use this color around it or something. But that might help to make it clearer that that is the action you are performing. I made some of these lines maybe a little bit thinner than would be beneficial, but I think that would help. And then similarly, you've got these little flecks that feel like water droplets. Make them feel the way water looks in space. Water doesn't sort of form those really sharp taper points in space. Water tends to stay like more grouped together. Water has a strong, what is the word? Water likes to adhere to itself. It doesn't like to sort of stray away, or when it does, it wants to stay grouped together. So it ends up in little like bloops and blobs. Yeah, it's very lava lampy in space. Yeah. It has to do with surface tension. Is it adhesion? What is the word I'm looking for? I'm a failed organic chemist. What happened? Where's my word? But if you, make it a little bit more lava lamp-y, that might also help. Where like, you could have the tail separate a little bit here, and then maybe this gets a little bit wider here. This gets a little bit wider here. And then these elements don't come to sharp points. That would probably help to sell that you are floating through space a little bit more too. Yeah. Blobby and floaty. Blobification. But yeah, I think this would be fun. Cohesion and adhesion apparently are the reasons. Ah, thank God. Okay. I'm not a failed chemist, maybe. I was trying to think of which one it was, but maybe it is just both. Hell yeah. Yeah, gloop it up. Gloop it up a little more. But yeah, I think that would help to and vary the size of your stars a little bit more maybe too. So like you've got some little ones, you've got some medium ones, you've got some bigger ones, maybe this is a big one. Maybe there's some that are escaping the edge a little bit. Yeah. Strong polar bonds lead to cohesion. This is true. I can confirm this statement. What if they absorb stars near the sun and they change the color or change to warmer colors? Oh, as in like to reference the fact that, suns tend to be in the range of reds, orange, and yellows? I guess they could do that, but I think they're sticking with this color palette because we tend to think of like nebulas as being purples and blues, and I think there's a scale factor going on right now where these stars are all so small in comparison to the scale that this being is, where they're absorbing galaxies worth of stars as opposed to just individual stars maybe, but that could be worthwhile. Played with changing the star's color, but it muddied it up. Yeah, I think it's okay leaving it the way it is. It reads as stylized, and it feels like we're playing with scale. It feels like you're intended to be read as something that's very large in space. You're a cosmic entity, maybe, as opposed to just being one little teeny tiny ghost. You are a big, giant devourer of star systems. Really narrow spot with a bright flash that's a neutron star? Or a neutron star? Sure, maybe. But yeah, I think there's some cool things going on in this concept that we're elaborating on further with the tail. But yeah, I think generally there's a lot of strong elements happening here. We can just push a couple of them a little bit more. So for color palette, be careful of in your rendering that the shirt and the tubes don't get too close in color. And I would definitely remove that super bright teal that is at the top of your waist because it's distracting from your focal point. Your silhouette is not bad by any means. I would say your silhouette as it was before any of my edits was pretty recognizable because your hair is asymmetrical, your tail is asymmetrical, you've got all these arms coming out of your back, you've got this sort of star shape happening from the top of your clothing, but we can still push it a little further. We can still push it a little bit, push it to the limit because I'm in it to win it. Oh yeah. I've been thinking about Corbin Blue a lot recently. But yeah. Silhouette, fine. Concept and motif. I think we can make the alien influence a little bit clearer because some of the elements were maybe a little bit confusing in the way they were pointing. So darkening your scleras is also helping with focal point, but it does help us to think of you as being aligned with alien aesthetics. Making your, your shirt into more of a capelet that mimics the shape of a UFO is interesting. Making the lights on the underside larger so they read a little bit more clearly as such would work. Pushing how the stars are interacting with the design would also help too. But generally, I think I was getting the basic idea of who you were. There's really no question that you were a ghost and you had stars and a galaxy in you already. So you can push it. But I think that people would be able to read you properly as you were. So I think that's most of what I have here for you. Shermates, do you have any further critiques, perhaps, for this fella? Also, just very quickly, again, you may want to make the back of your head purple. It makes you look a little bald. And maybe this is a slightly darker purple so that we get better clarity between the two of them, but you're gonna come across as maybe being bald. The Shermates like it when I'm bald, so bald is not a bad thing. And maybe you want to be bald, but like you could go that angle if you think it's funny, yeah. Bald is funny. People do like bald. I think bald is kind of slay sometimes. And also my edits here made it so that these two angles would touch each other on in the back of the head too. Perhaps. Baldness is the fate of all VTubers. Kinda. Not a critique necessarily, but remember to mirror the hair and other expectable details on the back design. Oh yeah, hey, that is true. That is a good critique for the reference, which is that, yes, on the back, the hair would not be sitting like this. The hair would be going in the opposite direction. Transform, flip horizontal. Yeah, it'd be like this. Ooh, I'll have to edit this so it doesn't look like that. It would be like this instead. Usually what I'll do when I am trying to make a back view is I will take the base drawing, flip it horizontally, and then erase all the internal details out and then clean it back in. Got lazy with the back? Yeah, that's fine. Just a note. I know as we're fighting deadlines. Is fair. Wait, there's a side conversation happening, but it is funny. What should I name my Twizzler monster? Red 40. Just a Geo, thank you for following. Also, that's a good suggestion. Thank you. But I think that's all my notes for you. I would give this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10. I think you definitely have a strong basis, but there's definitely more we could push with this. Bam. Good work, Spudley. I keep trying to call you Sudley. You're not Sudsley Sprouts, you are Spudley Sprouts. Huge bald spot now. Sorry. Don't look at the bald spot. Give a round of applause, though, instead of looking at the bald spot. Thank you for skipping the line, Spudley. Good work in your savings, and I'm glad that we could look at your design here today. Thank you. Let me save this. File, save as. Clip Studio format. Because that's what I need it as. Bam, there we go. Got it. Okay, named him Red 41. That's true. We can't step on the toes of Red 40 because Red 40 is already so famous. But, you know, if Red 40 is so good, why didn't they make Red 41? So now clearly they have. They've made Red 41. We're improving on the magic of Red 40. There we go. Okay. Bald toggle just gives me antennas. Hell yeah. That'd be fun. Red 41, the reddest. Yeah, we're getting even redder. So, now we are moving into the digital themed VTubers, which were the ones on the thumbnail today. First, we have Shumerical or Tumerical or Xumerical. I'm not trying to pronounce this name, but Shumerical, who uses any pronouns and can be found at It's Yikes, perhaps. The details are that their lore is based heavily on the internet, lost media, nostalgia, and liminal/analog horror. Their lore places them as a tutorial NPC in a now abandoned virtual world chat room. So you can see why I themed today around digital fellas. This fella is in fact more digital than I am because I'm a real mushroom in the real world who just happens to be streaming to you. This fella is an NPC in a screen. After no new players have joined and the old ones dwindled, they explored previously blocked off parts of the world, including buggier maps and eventually no-clipped out and into the back rooms. They can now travel the backrooms levels with relative ease and have access to the internet, where they stream and make YouTube videos. Hell yeah, love VTuber lore where they somehow exist in reality. Will we ever do a VTuber mascot critique? That'd be pretty cool to learn from. We could, but I feel like I'm not actually as qualified as I would want to be for critiquing mascots, because most of my background in character design does not is not for mascots. I feel, even when we critique non-human designs, I feel slightly out of my element, and I feel bad if I'm not able to give them useful critique. Although most of the time, since they're pretty anthropomorphic, I can. I just would fear with a mascot critique that I could critique them on the basis of, like, fundaments of art, but I don't know if I'm as immersed in mascot design as I would like to be to do that type of critique. So I would have to do some research, and that'd be the kind of thing where I'd maybe want to source a fella or a friend or someone who does mascot design to get their feedback also, which may just be I call Billy. Billy does a lot of cute little mascot type of character designing. But I would like to make sure that I'm able to provide useful critique in that way, and I don't know if I would be able to as I am now, which is why I haven't done one yet, but I could do one in the future maybe. What a great day to have techwear on bingo and get almost nothing else. The only thing I have gotten on the bingo so far is no shoes from Revity. Nothing else. No one has had waist length or longer hair.
Why does your size changing magic also affect me? I am already small enough. If anything, please make me bigger. I would like to eat buildings and should get to do so because I've been very good today.
Shroommates, do you guys want a Gary gigantification beam, maybe? I could do that. I could give you a Gary gigantification beam if you want. The reason why you shrink with me, Gary, is because you are made of my own flesh and blood. So, of course, if they're affecting my particles, they're going to affect your particles too. Similarly, the spread of the shrink ray is wide enough that if they take a shot at me with it, they're probably going to hit you with it also. It's a little bit more like a shotgun than it is like a sniper rifle, so yeah. Kaiju Gary? Yeah, okay, maybe we'll do a Kaiju Gary. I need to stop closing my Google Drive project area, but maybe we'll do a Kaiju Gary toggle. Sure. I'm spelling Gary's name wrong. I'm so sorry, son. You don't have an S in your name, despite being my own son. Giant Gary, small Ouija, and baby carrier. I'm not that little. I'm not letting him do that. That would be demeaning. I love the shrink shotgun. Yeah, shrink shotgun. Shot shrink gun. Maybe. I'm trying to figure out a better thing to call it, maybe. Yeah. I'm gonna drink some lemonade, which actually I'm having second thoughts about drinking after eating nothing but cottage cheese in the last 4 hours, because my brain thinks about that and is like, you're gonna curdle the cheese that's in your stomach even further, which technically I think cottage cheese is already partially curdled. It's cheese curd. But, like, in my brain, it's like, you can't do that, that's bad. I'm gonna drink my water. Honey, we shrunk this room! No! If it were IRL, it'd be a shotgun loaded with shrink shot. Shrink shot! I love that as a word. I like that in this world, we don't have, like, some future, like, ray gun style shrink ray, a la, like, Despicable Me. I know they have one. We instead have a shotgun that has shot in it that is, like, little tiny, I guess, round bits that when they touch you, they shrink you. Shrink shotgun! Yeah! Shrink shotgun! Yes, learning that a shotgun is called a shotgun because the material it shoots is called shot was really funny to me. For this fella, I like the idea if as they explore more of the odder sides of the internet, they start to semi-deteriorate, like become more blurry or get glitched out. Oh, interesting. Okay, for this fella, I could see that. Yeah. To focus us back up as I sippy my water, this design, I wanted to point out that the main reason why I was like, aha, thumbnail, is that I love that we're pretty much using the missing texture. This is a placeholder texture in 3D types of games. Usually you either have like a bright fuchsia texture, which I think is what people associate with like the Gary's mod texture missing elements, or you get something that is bright colors and checkered when there is a texture that is missing. And I love that it's on the back face also of the jacket, because a lot of times in games, you will end up with like goofy like back face elements when the normals aren't facing the right way when you're dev testing. and those are the ones that don't have textures on them properly. Yeah, so peak missing texture patterns, mwah, beautiful. For a design that is inspired by a game that you would be in is great. Or like, yeah, like a game is great. That's so smart. That's clever. Peak just brought back old memories. Yeah, that's great. That's so smart. I'm a fan of that. I am going to look at probably most of the VTubers we look at today, and I'm gonna say, please, you don't need to be live 2D. Please be a low poly VTuber. Please be a low poly 3D. There's another one we'll look at that you're gonna see even more clearly why that would be great, but I feel like it'd be so lovely for this fella. I feel like being a low poly, like even like not RuneScape, like World of Warcraft style 3D model where it's kind of bare bones and very blurry, smooth textures, or like Gmod Half-Life level of low poly with smooth texturing would be fantastic and would help align you with the era so lovely, in such a lovely way. God, I'd love to be low poly. Pico, you should do it. We'll talk more about yours in a bit, but yes. Yeah. So I thought that was a fun touch for this design already. I keep seeing the mouse on the belt and thinking that's my mouse, which is another reference to the digital landscape. They have a grid for their pants, which is interesting also. It does add some nice texture. The pattern work in this design is enjoyable. Given they're an NPC, I kind of hope that as an effect, there's a little exclamation point mark that shows up as they speak. Yeah, that'd be so cute if they had like a quest marker or something when they talk. Because you know how, like, I have my speech bubble. They could do this. They could have a speech bubble like I have. Hang on, let me shut up so it goes away. Yeah, they could have a speech bubble like I have and use that as the way they like provide you the information, perhaps, which would be kind of fun, thematically. Yeah. But yeah, exclamation point mark when they're gonna talk would be nice, or like a question mark, some sort of quest marker or icon above their head. Even if when they're talking, they just get a little bubble that shows like a chat bubble above their head, that'd be fun. Yeah, there's so much you could do with a concept like this. It is so rich in opportunity. It is so rich in opportunity. I want to know more about the game that they used to be in. They were an NPC tutorial in an abandoned virtual world chat room. What kind of chat room? Like, are we talking like a Second Life type of like chat room kind of thing where you have your 3D avatar and everybody has their 3D avatar and you all kind of interact with each other? Maybe? Or like a Gmod type of chat room kind of thing? Or is it something that's a little bit more like noir inspired? Because something about the long trench coat, tall boots, the hat, the sort of downcast hair and glasses makes me think of noir stylings also. So like hammering out what exactly that world this person used to live in was, like what their chat room world was like, would probably be a good thing to do. On top of that, I do think that some of the details maybe are a little bit strange right now for an NPC in one of those worlds. The hat icons are kind of fun for the like vaporwave references that they are intending to be, but they're so little and they're kind of just like plopped on in a way that I don't think integrates them with the design all that well or clearly, unfortunately. And the rest of the design has a lot more like medium to large scale details. Those are the only small scale details. So I think we could change the way that those are integrated so that they can have a greater effect. I almost feel like one of those icons may work better as a shirt graphic than as a hat pin. And maybe we only need one of these as a pin on the hat, perhaps. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Let me clean this up just a little bit so we can see. And then we have the graphics down here, so I could move them and place them again. There we go. E.g. loading noises commence. But like this would probably make an interesting shirt graphic. And maybe we don't have to make it as bright as it is because it might be a little bit distracting from the face like that. But it's so detailed, so having it be as small as it was on the hat just didn't provide it a lot of space to breathe, you know? I'm glad I put my circular glasses on my face also because I feel like that helps me to look more similar to this fella. We both have our goggles on. Let's see, this might be a little bit too big. There we go. I don't know if I need that white outline on there either. but like that might be a better placement for that element. I do think this person is intentionally using tangents in this design, but it does make the shapes feel unnatural to me. I'm not sure that this is an effective way of using tangent. You might just want to complete this arc a little bit more and have the collar stand up just a little bit. I love a stylistic use of tangent sometimes, but I just feel like this one's getting in the way of clarity a little bit. Like, you can leave that somewhat tangented, but just wrap it around the shoulder maybe a little bit more. It could also maybe work well as a design on the back of the jacket or a sleeve patch. Ooh, that's also true. That would be a good idea also. Putting this on the back of the jacket or one of these other elements on the back of the jacket. Yeah. What if when they talk, it's like when characters in Deltarunes talk? Sound when they're in the middle of dialogue? What do you mean? I haven't played Deltarunes, so I can't say I'm familiar with what you're suggesting, unfortunately. Do they make just like computer sounding noises that are like beeps and boops? Or like, are they like an Animal Crossing type of villager where they're doing like a like I talked to my parents as we decided at the beginning of stream also. Because like those could be options maybe. That might be interesting, but I do think that that may be difficult to do as a streamer just because a lot of people like to lurk and listen in on us as we stream, as VTubers and just as streamers in general. So forcing them to always have to read to know what you're saying may be a difficult angle to take, perhaps. I know there have been very successful VTubers who don't ever speak. But like maybe something that is just like a digital sounding audio filter that still allows you to be understood by somebody who's not tabbed in might be a good compromise, maybe. Audio clips beep talking. Beep, meep, 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 meep. Yeah. I did like some of the ideas that were suggested with this fella starting to like fall apart as they are impacted by the glitching of the worlds around them where, you know, they no-clipped out of their initial world into the internet. It might be fun if we can start to see the effect of that maybe showing up somewhere. We're like, oh, here, you're falling apart a little bit at the seams here. You're losing a little bit of your edges. Maybe we could see, think of what else. Like, you could glitch a little bit. Maybe some elements could be fading, although that's not really a glitch we tend to actually see in 3D models all that much. I don't know how I would want to represent Z fighting, but that could be an interesting, pretty typical thing that we see in 3D models. Let me see if I can find an example of Z fighting. I love that Roblox is the first thing that comes up. Also called stitching or plane fighting. Yeah, get a little plane fighting in here. Oh, yeah, an effect like this, where it almost feels like a halftone. This is what happens when you have two elements that are exactly sitting on top of each other with vertices or vertexes, whatever I want to call them at any given moment, aligned. The face is aligned. So you get this element where they're just fighting over which element should be rendered, essentially. And that could be an interesting thing to represent. Sometimes they don't look as even as that, though. Like, here's another example. Whoops, spoiler! Hang on, spoiler! Here. Here's another example of Z fighting or plane fighting. There's like a red object sitting on the exact same plane as this Head and Shoulders shampoo bottle. But like that might be an interesting thing to work in as far as textures or patterns go. I'm trying to think of what other sort of 3D glitches we could bring in. Whoops, spoiler. If you're thinking about analog horror and things like that, we could maybe have scan lines as sort of like an overall texture somewhere too, where if you have just like a subtle desaturated moving set of lines that sort of run up and down the design, that could be interesting. Or maybe they're just in the jacket. I've seen that. Didn't know it was called that. Yeah. Could do a stylized halftone to represent it. Yeah, definitely could. Glitch in the video game where the face just disappears. I guess you could do that, but I feel like as a VTuber, we do kind of need to have faces just so that we can be recognizable and we can emote and connect with our viewers. Although there are faceless streamers who do plenty fine, but maybe that would work better as a toggle than it would as like a default like expression to use. I'm trying to think of what other 3D glitches might be interesting to put in here. Chromatic aberration, if none has mentioned that. Is chromatic aberration something... Chromatic aberration in the digital sense to me is something that I associate... It's something I more associate with analog, but I guess they are also liminal analog horror. So you could go for chromatic aberration maybe also. That's the red-blue shift. Although it seems like we do have a red outline on one side. Although maybe that's just the shadow being on some sort of linear, what is it? Linear burn mode or something. But yeah, chromatic aberration could be interesting. Not really glitch. Thinking the highlighted orange blender edges vectors could be cool to utilize. You could do that. That's true. I forget that that's a default color for them because I have my blender set to different colors. I have a different overview in mine. But that could be interesting to have some of them highlighted orange. Since they're in a game, I wonder if we could do something that relates to like Unity or Unreal in the way they handle edges. I'm trying to think. Because I know, like, if I think about like Rhino 3D, they highlight edges that are like non-manifold edges or open edges in magenta, which would fit in this palette as well. Could be options. But I really think that stylistically, this design would work so well in a low poly style. I feel like that would add so much to it because then especially you can apply exactly what I'm talking about without having to do it in the texture. You could do it in the model. You could intentionally have planes overlap and have Z fighting. You could just make the planes Z fight. You don't have to try and represent Z fighting. There are things you can do with shaders to cause a glitching effect, which does in fact work, I promise. I've actually done it before for a client once upon a time, I believe. I don't know if they ever used it, but I did make it a possibility. Oh, we've been raided, hello. Oh, hi, Sideear, welcome in. Hi, fellas. I'm Squiiji, I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. We're doing VTuber design critiques for some digital fellas today. We're looking at Tumerical's design right now. How was your stream though? What were you up to? Hi, Sideear. I see that maybe you were recently playing some Valheim, perhaps? Also, Toramogus11 and Lyndon, thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Shrewbates, did you rotate for the Raiders? I see some rotation, but I feel like we could do more rotation for the Raiders. We should give them the warm shroom state welcome of spin around and round and round and round and round and round until you get really dizzy and fall down. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want to see. Thanks. Yippee. Playing GeoGuessr. Oh, really? Okay. I have seen like a GeoGuessr, not revolution, but like a resurgence maybe of GeoGuessr recently. Is there something going on in GeoGuessing that's drawing everybody back in right now? It seems kind of fun. I love seeing all the interesting tricks people use to determine where you are in the world, where like there's certain soil types people use to identify a location, or like the sun can help you determine what hemisphere you're in, using domains if you find websites or links in areas to pinpoint where you are. I saw somebody using the knowledge that there's a certain cell phone carrier that's mostly used in like one country in South America. Yeah. I don't know what Senegal gradient means. Is there a particular effect happening to the cameras in certain areas? Because I guess that could be something also. There's a lot of funny little tricks people use in that game. It's really neat to me. I don't know if I'm worldly enough to be very good at that game. I almost said geometry. Oh, lordy. My geography skills are okay. They're not fantastic, but they're okay. I gotta learn my flags of the world a little bit better, though. I should practice that. It's magic. People do seem to have a magical skill, but I know that it's something that comes from practice and time spent doing it and learning, and it is worthwhile to do. But I hope it was fun. There's a lot of that, and there's even things about what color water tanks people in specific regions use. Whoa! Oh, or like manhole covers. I've heard that's also something people use in cities sometimes. Huh? Crazy! But I hope you guys had fun. Side here, if you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. You're welcome to help us provide critique for Shumerical, if you would like. But please prioritize looking after yourselves, is what I would ask of you. Where were we here? We were discussing something. I'm gonna take off the point I had for level of detail with the hat. It's only a half point. Here. Right there is where I'm gonna take it. Unnecessary flap around and fly off like Gary's mod object is a redeem? Sure. I will say, I don't actually know what that is. Joby, I've only played Gmod in the year of, I think the first time I ever played Gmod was in like 2022? I played with Joby a little bit. I don't know very much about it. I know more about Half-Life than otherwise. Thank you, I hit my allergies! Oh no! I hope you feel better, side ear. I hope you can sleep it off or medication it off or do whatever you can to make it go away. But I hope you feel better. But I hope you feel better. Thank you for dropping your fellows off with me, though. I'll take good care of them, I promise. And the shroommates will definitely be nice to them, I promise. Poly model. Yeah, low poly model. Glitches. Oh, I was talking about how if you made the model low poly, you wouldn't have to like find something that represents these glitches or these bugs we encounter in 3D modeling. You could just do them intentionally on purpose. Like, how funny would it be if this character was improperly weight painted? So like, I don't even think I have something I can show you that is improperly weight painted. Do you guys remember? I think I fixed it though. Oh, let me see. I had a model once upon a time that was not properly weight painted. I may have to find the clip for you of it. It was when I had taken over the body of, I think it was Svarhog? You'd throw me into the sky. Oh, no, it was Kayleegi. It was Kayleegi. And I would turn into a weird spaghetti monster, and it's because the bones weren't properly parented. They weren't connected. That might be something interesting. Yeah. Or like, if as you're moving, like your arm is attached to something else, so as I move my arm, some other element is moving with it, which are usually all undesirable effects in 3D models, but that could just be a cool thing that relates to your concept. Let me see if I can find that clip of mine from Once Upon a Time so you can see what I'm talking about, because I don't know how I would, Once Upon a Time, search for this otherwise. I don't think I'd find it if I was looking otherwise. Oh no, can I even look at my own clips while I'm streaming? Is that even, I don't know how to do that. How do I, is that possible? How do I make my stream go away on my own channel? Excuse me? Oh wait, I think I figured it out. I think I got it. Not like the face is appearing permanently, but just like a little flicker. Oh yeah, maybe some of the faces could flicker in and out, perhaps. That could be an option. Incognito. I don't think I need to go for incognito. How long ago was that? That was more than a year ago, so I may have to... Oh man, go to videos. Let's see. I only want my clips. Where are my clips? I just want clips. Please. No clips were created on this channel. That's not true. They're lying to me. That's not true. Clips have definitely been created on my channel. Oh no. Is it this one? This may contain it, although I don't know if it does. Let me see. Let me mute it just so that I don't hear it as I play it. Let's see. Rise of Kayleegi. Let's see. This is probably just me putting that model on and may not include you guys throwing me after I had it. Oh, no, it doesn't. Darn it. I can't find it. I can't find it. No, I may have to give up on trying to find this example and move on, but that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to give up. Darn it. Okay, well, you just have to believe me. Just don't parent the bones properly. There's some funny little tricks you can do. Tell your 3D modeler if you get this 3D modeled to just like not weight paint correctly a little bit and to not connect your bones together so you can do some weird cursed things as a result. That we'll just go with that instead of me floundering trying to find it. But all that is to say, concept, neat. I think we can do more with it a little bit, but it's neat already. We can push it. We can push it for sure. But it's off to a good start, I would say. For focal point, I think as you were without my edits, some of the pink elements may end up being a little bit focal. I actually am struggling to determine what the focal point might be for you, though. If I close my eyes and open my eyes, I think the background is making it harder for me to identify the focal point because the background has so much more saturation than the design itself has. So I'm gonna see if I can do like a bunch of selectioning and narrow that down. We can also get a silhouette check out of this, maybe. We can get a 2-for-1 special deal here. Because I have a feeling that the like colored elements in the design are more distracting than they seem right now. And the reason why they're not seeming as distracting is because they're blending in with the background a little bit. Oh boy. This is such a hard background to select anything on. No. Oh boy. Just click everywhere, click everywhere, click everywhere really quickly. Just click. Go. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, I got the shoes accidentally. That'll be okay. Hang on. Put this up here. I'm gonna give you a neutral gray background just to see. Oh, I missed a spot. Okay, those elements aren't actually as distracting as I thought they might be, but that is helping me to see the balance a little bit better. It is good to test characters on neutral backgrounds. Just to see if they are reading clearly. Me. Yeah, that's actually kind of fine. It's actually not that distracting. I thought it might have been more distracting. The glasses are helping to bring some focus to the face here too because they're repeating the lighter colors of the pants. But this may still be one of those opportunities where having a gradient that is desaturated, sweeping from the bottom up, may benefit the design. Let me go like this and then I'm gonna blur it out. Oh no! Whoopsie! I'm accidentally contaminating other elements. Hang on, bear with me. It doesn't need to be that dark, but like this dark may be enough. Just to make sure the head is well and truly focal, although I don't think it's that bad. Seems like it's not as much of an issue as it seemed like it may have been to me, so maybe I can give you full points for that. You can make it stronger, but it'd be nitpicky of me to say otherwise. For color palette, I think the colors make a lot of sense for the aesthetic that you've chosen, especially as far as the texture and pattern work goes. So I commend you for that. The fact that you aren't just black, white, and one color, I think is doing a lot of lifting for you as well. It adds variety and interest. Your black values also have a color undertone to them. They aren't just like a flat black. This gray has a blue in it, and your white elements have a little bit of like a warm undertone to them. So that helps with clarity and interest. So for color palette, I don't really have any inherent issue. And then for silhouette, let me select this, let me invert it, and just draw it on here to see if I can get a good sample. Whoops, some other things are gonna get a little contaminated maybe. Drag it up there so it's on top. I don't know if you have that recognizable of a silhouette. I feel like the silhouette could be stronger. Although, there's a part of me that thinks otherwise on the basis of the fact that they were supposed to be an NPC initially. Although some of our suggestions about adding some glitching, especially if we do that in the upper body where, you know, if we're in that VTuber body view where we're mostly seen from the waist up, that would help maybe. Glitching, dithering on the belt sounds good. Yeah, that could be an option too. Perhaps. But I do think that the silhouette could use something more. The hair's very sleek, so I don't know if I want to touch that inherently. I don't want the collar to be upturned because I think that's also taking away from the fact that this character is trying to come across as sort of like cool and a little bit edgy and maybe a little bit quiet or aloof. And the shape language is reinforcing that right now. So maybe just those glitching elements would be enough to make you a little more recognizable in silhouette. I think the way the head is drawn here would work a little bit better as well, just because the bangs are more exaggerated and the back hair around the neck is a little more exaggerated too. It's adding a lot more asymmetry like this than it is here. But I get that this is a more simplified drawing of the head too, maybe. I wonder if maybe the belts that are out here could be segmented a little bit, like they're sort of like breaking up as they get further away. We're like, these are like thinner bits out here, and then we get like thicker chunks coming through here. So then like the texture is a little bit messed up or something, and that might add something intriguing. Some large floating pixels separating from one of the shoulders would be nice. Do you mean like if we were to have like some of the textures extending off like this? Or do you mean just talking about like the glitch elements we had before where it's like, oh, we can see that. Oops, hang on, wrong color. Like we're falling apart a little bit at the seams. Although honestly, maybe either. Stretch? Hydrate? Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. We can do both. Both. Both is good. Both is cool. Both is fine. That works for me. Here, I'll take a sip of my water. Man, as a 3D modeler, I thought I'd be able to think of more ways we could glitch this fella out. But I think I spent so much of my time trying to avoid glitches that I don't have much to suggest to add them. I don't experience them all that often when I'm making models anymore. As much as that may sound like a brag, but I have been doing it for 8 years. So I don't tend to get very many funky things going on anymore. But I think this is a fair critique, a fair grade for this design. We can push the digital elements a little bit further. Suffering from success. I need to suffer in some way, so if it's gonna be suffering, at least it's from success. Right. But overall grade 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I put the design on the fridge because I just thought it was neat and memorable. I have to count again because the word I said immediately left my brain. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, there we go. 9 out of 10. A very acceptable score there. That's a pretty strong score there. Shremates, do you guys have any other thoughts here while we give them a nice little round of applause? Or is that it? Or are we holding our peace on this one now? have we already put our ideas forward? Mayhaps. Also, this fella does have gold eyes, so I do finally get to tick a box in my bingo. I think I also did say bear with me. But I still really don't think I'm gonna... Do you guys count me changing the sclera color of the previous fella as changing eye color? Would you count that? You did for sure say bear with me. Okay, there was a bear. The bear did happen. Don't panic. Do not panic. There was a bear, though. Chaos from success. Sclera is part of the eye. Okay, hell yeah, that counts. Would you count this as an off-the-shoulder jacket? It's kind of off one shoulder. Kind of. I did have a wrong layer, Kronk. I did do that. I remember saying that. No waist length or longer hair. No bullet heads. This hair is multicolored. Have I said fear not? I'll hold my peace forever. Okay, you've updated your statement. Now you're holding forever. Big shoes, no hoodies. Paragraph concept explanation, not really. I don't think I'm in bingo today. But thank you to Miracle for submitting your design. I'm glad we can take a look at it. I feel like I'm running pretty well on time right now. I think I'm doing pretty good for time. Are you proud of me, Shremates? I'm doing a good job. I'm gonna make you eat those words. I'm gonna make you eat your prediction. All of you who spent against me, you're gonna feel the full wrath of E.G., who is powerful and locked in today and is focused. When it comes to V/PNG tuber models, does there have to be a character? It can be a persona with a theme. You can be a persona with a theme. That is fine. That is acceptable. You just have to make sure that the persona with a theme is still visually interesting and memorable often. It doesn't have to be something that's super over the top, but you should at least have something that is a unique element so that if someone were to draw you or something, it'd be easily able to be identified as you, you know? Yeah, that's what I would say. But yeah, you can just be a persona with a theme. But what is a persona with a theme if also in some ways not a character? Sherbates, what was the prediction? I did a prediction at the start of stream as to whether or not I would get through all 6 designs before 6 p.m., which is in almost 45 minutes, but I think we can do it. I think we can do it. The Sherbates thought otherwise, but I think we can do it. This is Bernanetta, who uses the pronouns she, her, and can be found at Bernanetta. The notes are that my concept is an AI that is set to release on the turn of the millennium, so I went with a low poly non-human look. Please, I'm begging you, please, I'm begging you, please, I'm begging you, be actually low poly. Please, 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 yeah, please actually be low poly. I'm begging you. It would make me so happy. It'd be so cool. It'd be so neat. I'd be so happy about it. Yeah, so all the really super duper sharp shapes, that's why. It is meant to be super low poly. Things that I can say already, if this were to be like actually a low poly model, there's probably a couple things that would be changed here about like edge flow, where yeah, you'd probably have like an edge that runs through here. You'd probably not have this. Get a 3D modeler to make you, because usually you're gonna have like some sort of geometry in here that collapses the leg, and mayhaps you will also have another face there, maybe. Alternatively, this may connect here, and then you wouldn't have that one there. But yeah, get a 3D modeler to do this, because when you have this few edges, you have to have the edges located in a way that allows the limbs to bend properly. And in low poly modeling, if you're gonna do it yourself, the secret to low poly limbs bending is this. This is the secret. Because if you have a bone here and a bone here, you weight paint this vertex, or the vertices that are here, to that one. You weight paint these ones to that one. And then you 50-50 share this, and it deforms beautifully. It crunches perfectly, and you put that like sort of on the internal angle, because it'll push these 2 points together. So that's my little 3D modeling note for you. So like for the insides of the arms, that would often be the case inside the elbows, in the backs of the knees, in the armpits you would probably see a little bit of this. It just helps it so that you don't have like crush points where things start overlapping and just sort of like phasing through each other. But I love this as a concept for design. And I feel like it's already pretty nicely faithful to what we would expect, except for losing it just a little bit in the hair. Make sure that you make a decision with your low poly modeling. In low poly, there's often two ways this can go. You can either be fully supported by solid shapes with edges, which is what it seems like most of your design is, or you can have elements that are alpha'd out. And when I say elements that are alpha'd out, you can have like a plane that's shaped like this, but then you only draw the texture like here on it or something to save geometry. And that's how you can get like smooth arcs and stuff. Make a decision as to whether you want elements that will have transparency and be alpha'd out or not. Because right now your hair has a curve to it that would not be possible unless you're adding a lot of geometry. So it seems like it has thickness, so I'm guessing it's not something that's alpha'd out. So just be careful. Just be careful. Make sure you are ready to accept that these will be angles, perhaps, and you will be okay. I need a bigger brush. This is gonna drive me nuts. Nope, give me that color. Thanks. There we go. And there are ways you can arrange your geometry to make it less obvious that it's low poly. But like this is a straight edge, and this is a straight edge, and you know, that little bit that was in here is maybe gonna go like that. Yeah, very Enna coded. I am somewhat aware of what Enna is, and I would agree with you. The earrings here, again, this is a circle. This would have to be something that is either on an alpha'd out texture, or we just decide that we're gonna make these into hexagons, because that is the way that circles are usually shown in low poly. We just pretend that they are hexagons. And from a distance, and in this style, it is believable. People will not doubt that that is meant to be a circle, but it just helps with consistency. Similarly, with your eyes and your face, you will have to make a decision about how that will be handled, because a lot of the time, you know, we're using some really rounded shapes in here, but your eyes could be really sharp and sort of disguising it. It's like, here's your sharper eyelashes that are being supported by geometry. We're painting all the way to the edge. Here's your sharp eyelashes that are triangles in their geometry. Your eye is maybe on a diamond or something, where there's only like subtle points to it. But then that'll just sort of help to align those elements with the rest of the design's handling. I think I found that clip you were looking for. Can I have it? Thank you. Thank you for finding it. Need to watch. Enna looks cool, but I know nothing about it. That's how I am. It also seems cool to me, but I don't really know much about it. Squiiji ascends to Eonhood. Is that what it was? Was it that one? Let me see. Is this where they threw me and my body splintered apart into bits? That might be it.
Tree.
Nope, don't hear noises. No, that's Eldritch EG. That's okay, but that's not the one I was looking for. That is a different terrible, horrible thing that they can do to my body, but that's normal. That wasn't because that model was broken. Oh man, I'll have to find it another time myself though, for that fella. But yeah, for this guy, the floating head and floating limbs do make sense for this style because a lot of times in low poly, your limbs aren't actually attached to the body. They're just sort of floating and clipping through the body. So having the head float is sort of a fun take on that. It does help to make you memorable. Your hair has some nice asymmetry in its shape, which I'm a big fan of. Your little floating pyramid of Hoge is so cute. I'm a big fan of that. But yeah, I'm very excited by this conceptually as a design. I love low poly. Oh wait, Pierce the Heavens. Is this it? This might be it. Maybe. Let me mute myself to make sure it's not playing out loud. Nope. These are just Eldritch EGs. These are the Eldritch EGs, which do show some terrible, horrible things you can achieve that will break a 3D model that could be used for that other fella. But there's one where, like, I turned into spaghetti where all of my limbs sort of dislocated from each other when I was K-Legi or Svarog EG a year and some change ago, I think. If I remember correctly, yeah. Anyways. Nothing there, all flat, perfect, good to keep in mind. Hands are triangles. I am interested by the decision for shape language here with this character. The hands being triangles makes them feel very dangerous. Often when we see characters who have low poly style hands, we usually see them with a shape that's a little bit more like a hexagon, perhaps, and then you could have like your little like sleeve end bit. Because these look like dangerous little knives. These look real sharp and like something that would cause harm. And maybe there is an angle to your character, which is that we are not to trust them. Maybe this is an AI for the millennium that is here to take over the world. But it might also not be. But something that's a little bit more rounded like this, like your character's holding their hand in a fist, might be a little bit more typical of what you'd see from a low poly model. Or alternatively, there's a lot of like flat hands that you will see where it's like you get something that's like this, and the geometry on it is pretty much just that. It's like a block of a hand with a thumb essentially, and the fingers don't separate. And sometimes you'll even have ones where the thumbs don't come off the edge either. Reminds me of Mario 64. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I don't know how I feel about the stabby stab hands. Maybe they're meant to reference a mouse cursor, perhaps? That might be an idea, but I don't know. I don't know if that's what the intent was. But otherwise, I do think we should pick a different hand style maybe for this fella. For consistency. And then where the limbs are disappearing into the clouds of bites. What I think might be a better way of handling this, because right now this is also getting into like texturing in a way that wouldn't make sense for something that's occurring during the millennia. As much as it's cool for your silhouette, and I hate to remove things that are cool for silhouette, you would be more likely to see something where this is a texture that is fading out to transparency within, that's like on this geometry. This is something that's more typical as to what you would see. And then maybe you have like another one up here to like establish that shape. And same deal with the legs. Just because having them float like that... Oh wait, I've made all of my edits on the wrong layer. Oh no, ultimate of wrong layer, Kronk. Hang on. Oh no. We just have to commit, I guess. I found one where you were small and got thrown, which made you elongated for a second. That might be it, maybe? I don't know. It could be. But yeah, like something like this, maybe a little bit more what you would expect. out of limbs dissolving in this era's stylization, because all of this would be extra geometry, essentially. And we can't, you don't really have the space for that in Millennium era modeling. Yeah, wait, I think that might be it. Frostbushy, thank you for searching for it. I appreciate it. You absolutely did not have to, but I'm glad that you did, because I think this actually might be it. Let's see. Is this where I got totally destroyed and turned into spaghetti? It may actually only be visible for like a second when it happens, but I was really putting that particular model to the limit. Oh, wow. Oh, yep, yeah, oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one, yep. Frostbushy, that is absolutely the one. Shermates, if you want to see what I was talking about for the previous design, look at that. My bones were not attached, so I turned into spaghetti when I was thrown. Thank you for finding that for me. I appreciate it. Yeah, okay. So, also, this design. I do think that you're going to need to use a darker color for the inside of the hair, just so that we can tell the difference between it and your shoulders a little bit more clearly. Let me actually do this on a different layer. Like, use this color for that's your hair for your shoulders, and then just pick a darker color to use for the inside of your hair, because again, you're going for a really flat shaded look. So just use a flat color in all of this to establish depth in here. So you can see this is going back in space. And maybe you don't need a color that's this dark. And maybe it doesn't go all the way up the sides of the back of your hair. Maybe it hits one of these like polygon borders and goes away. But that might be a good start. That was scary. E.G. died that day. My physical form was definitely suffering that day, is what I'll say. My physical form was put to the utmost of tests that day. AD turned to flat noodles. I wasn't lying when I told you I got spaghettified. But that person should definitely make themselves spaghettifiable. New phrase, spaghettifiable. That would be a good thing to do. Yeah. So, okay. I think those elements are all moving in the right direction now that I have sort of clarified them, but by being low poly immediately, your silhouette is going to be pretty distinct. There's not many VTubers who are this sharp, and where your shoulders and your feet are dissolving away is going to help even further with that, especially since they're subtly asymmetrical. Your hair being subtly asymmetrical is a good move. There's a lot of subtlety that's sort of fun. Making your skin blue helps to reinforce the fact that you are something that is digital, and the fact you're dissolving into white almost feels like you're turning into clouds, which makes me think of some of the like early like Windows backgrounds, and some elements of that era had a lot of like sky influence in them. So that makes sense to me. I think my only remaining concern about this design is that as far as color palette goes, your torso is more focal than your head is, unfortunately. I'm looking much more at your dress than I am at your face, which is so unfortunate. Red is the highest chroma color. Red is the most distracting color. And therefore, by making your dress all red, we're going to be looking at that first in all likelihood. I think you are intending to go for a primary color palette because it does feel sort of like simple in the way we tend to associate, you know, geometry and the polys here. But yeah, I don't know if it's quite working. What if you flip the yellow and red? That is actually what I was thinking, was to flip the two of them. And the way I'm gonna try and do that is through a selection layer. Let's see if this works. I may have to apply like a gradient map or something to make it work quite the way I want it to, but let's see. Let me do a little selecting here. The fact that you're all straight angles may make this, oops, a little easier to do. Let's see if I can grab all the yellow. Okay, and then Alt will remove your face and your earrings from this. There's probably an easier way to have done this than what I'm doing right now, but it's fine. This is fine. And then I'll put your eyebrows back in. Sure. And then... Nope, hang on. just grab this one like this, because it's gonna be faster. And grab this one like this, because it'll be faster too, probably. And then grab this one with this. There we go. Oh, and the triangle on top of your head. Okay. Layer! New correction layer. Hue, saturation, luminosity. Can I get a red? That seems like it's kind of the same color undertone as what we had elsewhere. That might be a little bit more purpley. And then turn this off. Let me grab the opposite part, which I should have a little bit of an easier time selecting. It's not gonna be perfect, but it should at least help us visualize it. Oop, get rid of that. Get some of that in properly. Get the top. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Okay. Layer, new correction layer, hue, illumination, saturation. Give me yellow. That's green. You know what I'm figuring out here by looking at this? I think that the same value is being used almost everywhere, and now I'm a little concerned about that. But this, I still fear the chest window is a little bit focal here. It might just be value-wise, though. I could make that less saturated. But this is making the head a little bit more focal, having inverted it. I'm not super happy with the color choices for it, and I could, like, mess around with it a little bit more if I wanted to. Like, maybe this needs to be a little bit brighter, and maybe a little bit more saturated. And maybe this needs to be a little bit less cool. Well, actually, a little more saturated. And then I desaturate just like that triangle right here, maybe. But I think this is helping to make the face a little bit more focal. But there's a certain charm to the fact that this was previously read as a blonde woman, as opposed to somebody who is totally disconnected from reality and has pink hair with the blue skin. Like, I don't know how to explain what I'm getting at here, which is that the blonde hair had a charm for me in that it felt like it's referencing a real person or trying to be something that people would like relate to and be like, oh, I can see this as being a real person. Meanwhile, now it feels like it's totally inhuman because it's got an unnatural hair color and an unnatural skin tone. Do you know what I mean? So there may have to be a different solution to making the head more focal, which might just be pushing the bottom of the dress back a little bit. Or, you know, when we're in VTuber view, maybe it's not that bad in the upper body. I don't know. Another thing it reminded me of, Songbird Chase! Is that because, what is the motherboard? Motherboard has like a very geometric face with like a bob haircut, right? Like the skirt fully yellow. Oh, fully yellow as opposed to having the trim could be an option, maybe. I see what you mean. Let's see, let me fill this in. Although, this actually may make the chest stand out even more now that I'm seeing it, because now the chest being that red is more unique. So I don't know if that's the solution either, unfortunately. Man, color balance is so hard. It's so tricky sometimes. But this may be one of those cases where I would just have to say, is it working perfectly? No. I don't know if I have a good solution for you that is not removing some of the charm points here. So we may just have to say that it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to have a perfect score. No one does. I do want to test though. Layer, new correction, layer, new saturation, luminosity. If I remove the saturation, aha! You're all one value, which I guess stylistically you are trying to be neon and bright in the way that we tend to associate with that era. But I think that may be also why we aren't successfully getting the elements to stand out from each other, is because they're just too similar in undertone. But as far as color palette goes, primary colors make sense for this era. They might just be too similar in value. Silhouette, you're low poly, you're gonna be pretty distinct anyway. You are very symmetrical other than your hair though, so finding some subtle way to be less symmetrical might be nice. But if you had a skirt that was higher on one side and lower on the other a little bit, that could be cool. Like if the skirt was a little bit more diagonal in its shape. Oops. That might just be like a quick way to add a little bit more asymmetry. And it could mirror the slope of your hair. Maybe this is like a triangle too, so that it's not like a perfectly squared off angle as well. Put your legs back in here a little bit. But like, this is something that wouldn't add more geometry. It would just add a little bit of flair, maybe a little bit of style. Yeah. But just a little more asymmetry for your silhouette may be nice. Might be a nice touch, because your hair's doing something, but I yearn for a little more. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail for the medium is perfectly exactly where it should be. With low poly styles, less is absolutely more, and they're gonna be cutting corners on everything they possibly can in a low poly style, so that's totally fine. For concept motif, I think the concept is very clever, and I can read it pretty clearly just from the style. I wonder if having some element that suggested to being AI or like artificially intelligent might help, because right now you do read as somebody who lives in like a digital landscape, but I'm trying to think of what I would even suggest for that. What type of AI are you? Are you an AI assistant who lives in the computer? Are you an AI, like, are you an assistant who is performing like functional roles of, hey, I'm gonna go retrieve your files for you, like Finder? Or are you, not to say chatbot, but kind of, are you like somebody who is meant to be like a personal companion? Like, what role does this fella play? Because we could maybe add that to the visual design. You know, if you are meant to be somebody who's an assistant, you could be dressed in like secretary-like clothing, whereas if you are somebody's companion, you could be dressed a little bit more casually, you know what I mean? Although maybe you don't have that kind of role. Maybe you are not meant to be an AI that is helping people at all. Maybe you're an AI that is doing something else. You're doing functions that are not in an outward-facing way. You're not interfacing with the public. An AI assistant could have a phone headphone set. Oh, like not a Bluetooth, but like one of the like earpieces that people wear at like call centers? Maybe, that could be an option. But all I'm getting at is I feel like we can clarify a little bit more of that angle, and it would really push it the extra mile. Current design makes me think of a teacher. Yeah, I think the reason why that is because we have a primary color palette, which we tend to think of congruently with elementary level education. We also think of like simple shapes as being something that is associated with like elementary school. Having big giant earrings, a very friendly face. This feels like a character that we could find in like one of those like learning to type, how to do math types of games that you play as an elementary schooler. So I can see that. It reminds me of an old school housewife. I can see that also from the larger earrings, the cut of like the top of the dress and the hairstyle. So, you know, any of these things could be a good association we're getting from the design, because maybe that is what they intended. But what do you intend? What type of role does this character play? What does this AI do? Would be an important question to answer. But that would be my grade here. I do want to say, I love how much you are leaning into the low poly style. A lot of low poly style VTubers don't really lean into the benefits of being low poly. They're just sort of replicating their high poly design without changing it and just sort of like toning it down for low poly. Meanwhile, this is a design that is intending to be low poly from the get-go, which is a good thing to do. It's a cool thing to do. It's a fun and interesting thing to do. I'm here for it. Like the shape language. Yeah, it's distinct and stands out as a result of all of those things. Newell 1, 2, 8, or 9, 8. And LF Moo, thank you guys for following, I appreciate it. Yeah, so I also just thought the design was neat and clever and fun, so it did go on the fridge. It is on the thumbnail. Look at all this, all on one side. What is our grade here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5, 9.5. Hell yeah. This is so fun and unique. I would love to see what this fellow is out there doing in the world. I checked just to make sure they're still active for stream, of course, and they are still posting, I believe, within the last year. But this is such a fun design. I hope it's going well for you. I hope you get like a real low poly model at some point, because it would work very well. Super high scores today. I know. I think part of the reason why we got super high scores is because we started with 3 Shroomate designs, and you guys listened to me, first of all. And 2 of the designs we looked at that were Shroomate designs also had gotten crits previously, so they were already aware of some of the things that could be done to make designs stronger, and they were using those things. And you guys also listen and have learned and are, you know, putting your best foot forward. But also, like, this is just a category that I think leans into interesting concept execution. So I think that is definitely helping the scores as well. But yeah, we've had a high average today for sure, especially on the new rubric. So good work, fellas. Round of applause for Bernadetta. There we go. Nice. Let me save that and I will close it. Wait, did I have anything I could check off on my bingo? I don't think so. I did make the hair pink, but the hair was not already pink, so that doesn't really count. Not waist length or longer hair. Wow, everybody's had really short hair today. Dang it, I am not gonna get bingo. I think I'm getting, I'm getting betrayed. No bingos. I don't even think I'm getting close to a bingo. I'll hold my peace for the next 7 to 10 business days. Okay. Why does the number keep changing, Undead Diver? You gotta pick how long you're gonna hold your peace and then stick to it. I'm going to read the deets here, and then I'm gonna take a sip of my beverage. But this is Pico Pico Panic, who uses the pronouns they, he, and she. Can be found at Pico Pico Panic, and has been hanging out with us in the chat today. Pico is an early 2000s / late 90s computer. The design is based around the CMYK color palette. The character is supposed to look slightly unkempt and lazy. So, observe with your eyeballs. Take the design in. I'm gonna sippy water. And then we'll get to it. Oh, Vesper, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Oh, wow, I completely lagged out. Let me take a sip of my beverage, though. Beverage. Oh my god, it's me? Oh my god, it's you! Hi! Is there any other details you would like to give us about the design, or do you think this synopsis about covers it? You're welcome to provide me more context or more details if you would like, but I'm just gonna kind of move around and observe some elements here. So you are a computer, and as a result of that, you have a USB tail, you've got a disc in your hair, you have a number on you, and I wonder if that's related to maybe like a serial number, perhaps? You've got power buttons as your irises, so if anybody has unique irises or eyes on your bingo, you can take that. And then your color palette is CMYK, which is interesting. You're saying almost CMYK. I would say this is, like, they said that it is CMYK, and it is reading as mostly CMYK. This is the black, they've got magenta, they've got yellow, they've got cyan. However, I have a question for you. I have a question. So, computers and monitors display color in RGB. Printers are what run in CMYK color. And there's certain colors that can be made in RGB that cannot be made in CMYK for print, which is a whole thing. The number 27 is my favorite. Also, 027 is escape and ASCII, ASCII. Interesting. Okay. So there's a reason for those numbers, but that is just a thing I want to put out there about this because, you know, if you are intending to be related to not just a computer itself, but also being, you know, just hardware associated with computers, CMYK may be fine, but we may have to make it clear that that is a reference to the printing process, maybe through halftone or something else similar. Yeah. Ironically, I don't think some of these colors would display well in actual CMYK. I agree, yeah. Unfortunately. CMYK is also a slight joke in Pico presenting physically and not digitally. Interesting. Okay, so you are intending for them to be read as like the physical ink colors as opposed to the displayed RGB colors. I think, therefore, as much as these ink splotches maybe are alluding to that, their detailing feels like it is a little bit at odds with the detail and the rest of the design because everything else is pretty clean and pretty crisp, and there's not a lot of stuff that really goes into such teeny tiny details. I'm wondering if this stuff on here may read a little bit better and come across as being related to that printing process if you made it a halftone instead. Where, like, you can have a halftone that is like a circular halftone that radiates out of a point. Let me see, I might have a brush that can do this for me and make it not painful to try and do it, what I'm trying to explain. So, like, keep it cropped in on that. Let's see, do I have a halftone brush? I swear to God I have a halftone brush. I'm a printmaker. I should have a halftone brush. Halftone. Oh, these ones are already splotches. Oh, they're really little. Let's see. Can I make them bigger? Is it just the brush size I have to increase to make them bigger? Yeah, oh no, but that's not gonna be as dense as I want it to be. Let's see. Secondary workaround. If I go like this. Nope. Nope. Hang on. I can do this. If I go like this in a couple places and oh wait, this is still not what I want to do. Hang on, I'm screwing this up. Hang on. I need this just to be clipped to this layer. I can then use Clip Studio Paint to convert this to being a halftone. I can reduce the frequency so that I can actually see the dots. Yeah, there we go. Hang on, we're getting there. And then, actually, I need to do this slightly differently. I need this to be in this folder, I need this to not be clipped, and then I need to clip to this your color. There we go. Bam! And then if I want this to have a little bit more distance between some of the spots, I can do it that way. But then you could layer your colors this way instead of having them be those other splotches, and that may feel a little bit more aligned with the way that, first of all, printers work, but second of all, the details may align a little bit more. Much giving Fruitager Metro as well. Really? I'm not that familiar with what Fruitager Metro is, or how it is best expressed, so I will elect to believe you, but I'm not very familiar with it. Let's see, I'm gonna give you like a couple more spots here, like maybe these will be the magentas. And then I'll give you like a yellow or something overlapping in there. We've had the interesting thing occur today, which is that we keep landing somehow in one of my specialties. I'm a printmaker. I know how halftones in printing works. I know how CMYK goes very clearly. But yeah, this may work better to sell that idea. There we go. Yeah, looks nice. Yes. CMYK, my beloved. I don't mind CMYK. I'm okay with CMYK. I use it. Just hate printers. I don't mind printers. Shadow Milk Cookie, and I swear I'm human. Thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. You get some cool mixing too. Yeah, because they're sort of sharing the same space. So you can get, essentially, you can get, what do you call it? Not ocular mixing. Where's the word? Oh, it's evading me right now. You can get, not proximity-based mixing. What is the word? The word, when two colors are proximity? Optical? Optical. You can get optical mixing of colors. Yes, thank you. Optical mixing, where at a distance, it almost feels like there's an orange area between this magenta and that yellow, and it almost feels like there's a purple area between the blue and the magenta, which is literally how CMYK works. And it's just because they're creating gradients somewhat through scale. Yeah, which is fun. Yeah. So I saw somebody suggest the out of ink indicator as something that might be a funny accessory. Is that something that is like universal? Or is that something that varies by computer? Low toner. Yeah, like, oh wait, it seems like that actually may be something that's a consistent icon. It seems like a droplet with an exclamation point in it is apparently not an uncommon indicator. So like something where it's like, oh, here's my droplet of liquid, and then actually it seems like they don't use yellow because yellow is the internal color. So like you get your like pink droplet with the yellow warning inside of it, and then it's got like a black exclamation point in it or something telling you that that's low on toner. Low toner be fun for a worded shirt. Oh, that'd be such a funny, like, concert style t-shirt, you know? Have you seen, like, if you were to write in, like, a death metal font or something, where it's, like, low tone. Or like you could have a more like block style font and that might be interesting. But like you could have one of those like really like crazy death metal style shirts, depending on what's like aesthetic you're aiming for. And that would be a pretty sick band name. Putting this on for some background noise, but I'm genuinely learning a lot. It's fascinating. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I hope you enjoy my background noise. Here, I'll make some good background noises for you. How would you rate your background noise out of 10? But yeah, that could be an interesting text also. But yeah, the low toner icon could be fun. Hey, can I sample that? Sure. You can have whatever you want, Lance. My voice is on the interwebs. Don't feed me to an AI. Please, 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 I'm begging you, don't feed me to an AI. But, I mean, you can do whatever you want with my voice otherwise. Don't make me say mean and evil things either, maybe, but yeah. That would be my statement. Other things that I was sort of thinking about looking at this design were, you know how sometimes when you have like an executable file, they have that little like triangle on, not triangle, they've got the square that has the arrow. Why is OBS moving? OBS, can you stay, please? They get that little like triangle on them. No, I'm lying. Square. Why do I keep saying triangle? I know better. Which corner are they on? Moves my window out of the way so I can see. Left corner. Bottom left corner. They get this little like thing like this that shows you that it's an executable file path. And then it has the little like arrow on it. And I feel like that might be a cute little thing to stick on one of your accessories also, if we're referencing digital elements. You know what I mean? Squiiji.exe. Yeah, the shortcut icon. Is that what that's called? I thought that was just showing that it's an executable, but yeah. Shortcut icon could be like a very cute little thing to stick in there, maybe to show that it's a shortcut. You could reference other types of like folder types, because there are a couple shapes that we tend to think about pretty often with like file storage, which are like, we see like the music note, which is often blue and is like this for your music files, or for your photos, it's that like landscape photo. Paper hair clip to represent Clippy. Yeah, like things like that would be fun. You can find ways to reference like our experiences with media. So like maybe this is your Clippy hair clip or something. But yeah, there could be a lot of elements we could bring in here that would be fun little references to the digital landscape. Manila folder clipped on the jacket. Yeah, maybe your pockets, instead of being pockets, I think you may have had pockets, but what if instead of being pockets, they were folders that are open? So like you could see that it's like something that's sort of like hanging open like this, instead of like the way a folder would normally, or a pocket would normally work. Like these could all be very interesting things. Yeah, USB tail, great idea already. That's very fun. But, you know, I'm wondering about like, okay, like for you to be able to hear, you've got your headset on, but what if we can see that like you've got like a headset jack that comes out of it and like plugs into you or something? Where, you know, you've got your little, I can't really see the headphones in this one, but like the headphone jack plugs into like your collarbone or something, or it plugs into your collar that you're wearing. So then, you know, we're getting a reference to the fact that like your ability to hear things is related to that, or what do you call it? Like a DSLR, well, what do you call them? The like microphone interface things that you plug stuff into. Those things, what are they called? Not DSLR, that's cameras. What do you call it? Not a driver, the box, the XLR. XLR? The box that you plug a microphone into. My microphone is a USB mic, so I don't have that. If it's called an XLR, then that thing. But like that could be an interesting thing that you could also have on you somewhere to explain your speaking ability, because we are going for a balance of some physical technology as well as, you know, some digital representations of elements as well. Yeah. Lance, I guess you won 5 things from the catch game. I don't know what that means. I think you caught a funny little star down here, maybe. Kind of a dual type or second tail. Maybe upgrade to USB-C tail. The tail could be USB-C. Maybe you just can't tell that it's USB-C. Maybe. Perhaps. I'm trying to think of what other elements I might suggest. I saw Isu said something about a segmented loading bar. That could be fun. I wonder if that might be a good thing you could do with your leg, because you have stripes. I'm trying to think of how I would execute that though. where you're already repeating shapes in an interesting way, maybe. Thank you for following, Dixie. I appreciate it. Caught in the blast of a bomb that threw you into the star. Okay, so Lance is suffering from success. Or I guess gaining success from suffering, rather. Got launched by a bomb. Good design for stream assets. That's true. This would make it very easy to make overlays and stuff. But like if you're trying to find an area to put like a loading bar, I'm thinking about like, like you could have a trim here that has like things that change in scale that looks like a Wi-Fi interface or something. Or like maybe these bars on your leg are more or less full, and then like this one has a little bit less in it, this one's a little bit less in it, because that's the Wi-Fi symbol we're making out of the leg. Loading bar for a zipper, maybe. You could have like the, what do you call them, the little like ticker thing that happens, you know, the like this style loading element where it's like not as dark on some of them, where it spins a little bit. That could be a redeem or something, or maybe it's just like a fun little element that you use instead of having stars as a repeating element, because this is kind of star-like too. It's crazy doing the jacket remind me of player symbols on a Wiimote. Yeah, this is player 3 on the Wiimote. I hate to tell you that the loading symbol is called a throbber. Dislike, dislike. Dislike, thumbs down, don't like, No. I don't like it. Oh, loading wheel. Yeah, I see Sanism has also noticed that that's what it's called. Things can, that word can be used in an inappropriate context. If I stub my toe, it can throb when it hurts. That word can be used in a normal context. I swear, it's not an inappropriate word inherently. But you could use this somewhere, maybe in the design, which could be interesting. Maybe that replaces the stars on your shirt, because the stars don't seem like they're related to anything inherently. And if we replace them with something like this, then they would be related. I think in general, accessorizing the jacket more like the hair could help break up the design a bit in that area. I do agree. I think that right now, as far as your silhouette goes, you kind of have the VTuber silhouette outside of your tail. You've got the big oversized jacket, and you've got leg warmers and tall socks. Your hair being somewhat spiky is helping a little bit with silhouette, but the big jacket could do more to add to your silhouette in a way that is more distinct, perhaps? Honestly, your silhouette to me is more memorable without the jacket on, so my suggestion might even be to try a different style of jacket. If you're going for early 2000s, late 90s, what styles of jacket were popular during that time? I'm trying to think of what I would suggest for that, because I know that there are like big, exaggerated jackets like this that were worn at that time, but I'm thinking about like, you know, jean jackets as being somewhat popular at that time. There's a couple styles of leather jacket that may be good to reference, which have like more collars in their style. You do mention in here that you're trying to come across as being slightly unkept and lazy. And I can see a little bit of that through the bandages and the long floppy sleeves. Windbreakers with bright colors. Is that more 80s? Poofy ribbed jackets, maybe, perhaps? Floating windows behind could be cool to diversify silhouette. Also seen as fancy to use them for chat boxes, other stream stuff with fancy live 2D. Oh, that would be interesting if you had just like floating windows behind you. Varsity jackets, maybe. Kind of chose the line between 80s and 90s, that's fair. Despite meaning for Pico to take from early 2000s, I did take a lot of inspiration from the scene era. What is the scene era? What era is the scene era? Are you talking about like 2000s style scene, I guess? Which I can't see the inspiration, especially in this fellow who has the like raccoon patterned hair, which if you're aiming for taking inspiration from that era, that should totally come back. Because that is still kind of early 2000s, if you're going for 2000s to 90s, or 90s to 2000s. Do you know who Boxy was? Not off the top of my head, no. 2000s and early 2010s, perhaps, okay. Seen as early to mid 2000s, okay. I just don't know when that is put forth to have occurred. Loading symbols as a toggle for the eyes is an idea. Yeah, that could be an idea too, for using the loading symbol, whose name I will not say. Bomber jackets were popular. If you're going for that scene era and their style of jackets, I think you should, whoops, tatter it up a little bit more. Opens the Windows tab. Because I remember one thing about the fellas who were seen at that point in time is that their jackets were always like at least a little bit ratty in the sleeve, especially if they were big in the sleeve. So if we have a little bit of that decay, that might work. And a lot of times if people were wearing their pants in a way that was like too long, it'd start to fray around the edges. So I wonder if like your socks that you're wearing with your slippers also had a little bit of that like fraying happening where they're touching the ground. That might also help to work with that era and the scene style a little bit, while also adding just a little bit to the silhouette too. Yeah. Extra points back in the day if you could fit your thumbs through the holes. Yeah. There'd be like a specific hole, usually in the area where like the cuff attaches to the sleeve. Like right here, there'd be a hole because it would just split along that seam and you could put your thumb through it. Having holes in the clothing partially stitched with wires. Ooh, that's a fun idea for getting some of that physical media in there. So like if you had, you know, maybe we had like a big tear in the jacket or something for funsies. Why not? Big tear in the jacket. I'm gonna inset this a little bit so we can see what the edge of your body is. But maybe you have some sort of wire, which maybe would probably be a different color than this, but like you've got a wire that is going through those elements to try and hold this back together. And then maybe we can see in here that it's like actually, let's see, you've got like a jack or something that it's being used to hold it together. And then, you know, the other end of it is gonna like show like down here or something. That could be kind of fun for weaving things back together. That's a good idea, Isu. And then like maybe we can see that it's like a little bit tattered under here from it not being like a super clean cut where it came apart in there. Or like maybe these like little holes go a little bit like deeper. They're not like perfectly cut and sewn back together. That could be fun. Yeah, distress the clothing. Yeah. Could give the jacket thumb holes like a USB HDMI slot. Wait, that's kind of funny. 1 minute. Oh no, I don't want to be forced to speed up my crit. I think this legally counts as us being close enough to being done a critique though, that it would be valid to say I did this on time today though. Because we did talk about pretty much all the areas of this design though. I think legally I qualify as succeeding today. I think I do. Besides asking for a mouse, animal mouse peripheral fan mascot. Oh wait, that'd be so cute too. That could also be really cute. I'm with you on that. Oh man. Yeah, that'd be very cute. Here, I can start providing critique though. Can't change the rules at the last minute though. Listen, we did most of the critique already. Color palette. It's fine. I don't really have any inherent issue with it. Perhaps. Silhouette. We need a little bit more variety in it. Complexity versus clarity. I think the little detail is okay, but I think the clothing needs a little bit more detail, and some of the details around the head could be bigger and more specific. The focal point. We didn't really talk about, but the focal point for me, at least, is mostly the head because there's a lot more flat planes of color, and there's just a lot more detail happening in the hair. So the head is pretty focal for me. And then for concept and motifs, we are finding some good ways that we can push this design even further, because I can see the basis you're aiming for, but we can definitely push it a bit more. And like that, I have succeeded. And like that, you lose all your money. You shouldn't have told me. If you wouldn't have told me that we were approaching the end, I wouldn't have quickened up and done this. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5 out of 10. Bam. Success. Their mascot was the little guy being held in the Hello World pic. Oh, their mascot's the little computer fella? That is still cute, but I feel like a mouse element would be very cute. I wonder if you could be a mouse. Would you be okay with being a mouse? Because that would also add something potentially pretty nice to your silhouette, too. Let the record show that it's 601. I'm not giving it to you. I succeeded. I was successful. I'm not giving that to you. The record doesn't show anything. I'm refusing you. A signed mouse at Squiiji stream. Why not? Why not be a mouse? I feel like it might be kind of cute. You already have a tail. What do mouse ears look like? I fear I've not looked at a mouse ear in a minute, and the aphantasia will get the best of me. But like, this is a nice moment for silhouette, perhaps. Is this what mice ears look like? Kind of. I made them really big. Mascot could be trapped within the cables. Oh no! Oh no. Holy mouse. I think I made the ears maybe a little too big for what I'm doing. But like, you know, exaggeration. Exaggeration's always fun. And they're a little too high on your head. There, that's a little better. Wait, that's so cute. Low-key, I kind of love this already for it. I feel like that adds so much whimsy and character, and I feel like that does a lot for your silhouette already, too. Be a mouse. Do it. Do it. Be a mouse. Be a mouse. I'll hold my peace for the next 8 seconds. Go ahead, hold your peace for the next 8 seconds, and then scream at will if you would like to. But yeah, mouse is kind of cute. Dumbo mouse? Oh, the ears could be really big, and then you could be a Dumbo mouse, which would be really cute, because then you are the mouse, and you are plugged into the computer. This is how you attach the computer. Maybe on the back of your jacket, you have, like, little indicators. Like, if I were to draw just, like, what the back of your jacket looks like. Oh, no, wait, where? I can't draw. The back of your jacket is sort of shaped like this. And then it's got all, like, the splotches of color on it and stuff. Like you do everywhere else. But maybe you have like a dark thing in the center like that, and then you have the thing where we can tell that these are 2 separate buttons. Wouldn't that be really cute? So now you are the computer mouse, and like, you know, maybe you get a little bit of like the, like, what do you call it, like ribbing like this on it, so we can tell that's something you can scroll with. And then here's the 2 pads you touch with your hand. Scroll wheel. Yeah. Scroll wheel jacket is fire. Yeah, you should just become the computer mouse. Be the computer mouse. Yeah. Cute backpack design. Oh, that would be a cute backpack design too. Glowing pink belt buckle, like the sensor on the bottom. Oh my god, wait, we're cooking. We're coming up with such good ideas, because you could even do that as just like the inside of like the stars inside the shirt too. And that's the little infrared light beam that is used. Oh, wow. Pico is a very cute mouse name too. These are good ideas. We are cooking today. Fanny pack too. Oh, you could have a fanny pack too to match that aesthetic, yeah. Where you're wearing it like across your back over your shoulder. There's so many good ideas here. Oh. But overall, I think this is a fair grade here. 8.5 out of 10. I think you did a good job here. This is a strong basis, which is evidenced by the fact that we had so many fun ideas that we could add to it. I think it just needs a little bit of honing in still, but I think that you have a lot of the right ideas here already to create a very memorable and fun design. So good work. Showmates, can we give a round of applause to Pico Panic, please? Good work! With my added notes, we did go over by 4 minutes. But I think legally I graded it in time, so we're fine. It's okay. I'm paying out the prediction, and I'm taking all your points. They're mine. I think it's only fair that I get to keep the points. Or not keep the points, that I succeeded. I think I succeeded by most metrics. I think it's fair. I'm actually gaining points. We got hit by inspiration. Yeah, I know. We just got hit by inspiration right at the end, too. Which is what pushed things over the edge of 6 minutes, or 6 o'clock a little bit. But we did that after I graded, essentially. We came up with a good idea afterwards. Doesn't count. It's fair. 9 people are getting 25,500 spores. Wow. Very shroomy redistribution of wealth happening there. Like, having a strong base gives a lot of opportunity for alt costumes. That's true. Having a very distinct hairstyle and, like, face does make it very easy for other outfits to be successful. It makes it so that you are more recognizable. So good work in that metric as well. Will this VOD be up? Oh yeah, all my VODs are up. My VODs all get saved straight to the YouTube. They'll be on Twitch, I think, for 30 days, but then they go to YouTube afterwards. I didn't get any points? Amber, did you not get points? Why didn't you get any points? Let me see the details here. It might tell me who... Oh, it won't tell me. Ririku and 9 others supposedly got points for it being yes. I should have gone, but I should have believed. You guys never believe in me. Did it on mobile, so maybe it messed up and didn't put the points in. Fair. YouTube didn't believe in me either. I think most of you did not believe in me that I would get things done on time, but you should have, because I was locked in, especially because we did not do crits last week. Click the prediction thing in the points menu. It should show you if you did. Ah, intriguing. Intriguing. I said yes, thank you, Moss Cake, for having faith in me. Thank you to the 1/3 of YouTube roommates who had faith in me. Thank you to the 10 Twitch roommates who had faith in me also. I appreciate it. I'll make you proud. But anyways, thank you all today for a very successful critique. It was nice getting back into the swing of things with crits. It felt weird not doing them last week, especially not doing any really critiques for a while. Because even the week of April Fool's Day we didn't do anything art related. So it had been so long since I'd done an art related stream, it was starting to feel a little weird. So I'm glad we could get back to it today. Thank you all for joining me. My fingers misclicked. No! I guess I did present them in the order of no and then yes, which is maybe also deceptive because I often do it the opposite way. But I don't know why I did it that way. I just wasn't thinking. Oh, Jacob, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. 3 months. I've enjoyed your months of rotation, and welcome back. I do need to wrap up. I gotta hang out with my Joby. I have to go help my Joby with their taxes, I think. Happy Neil banging out the tunes day? Oh my god, it's only right that we end with a mouse on Neil banging out the tunes day. Even though Neil, I think, was in fact a rat and not a mouse, but shout out rats and mice. Yeah! What a good holiday for today. Neil banging out the tunes day. I love that this is just like an internet joke that we celebrate forever now. Neil, you were so loved. You are so well remembered. Thank you for your time with us. I'm glad you had fun banging out those tunes on that little xylophone you had. Good work, my man. He was such a skilled and talented musician. But let's see, do I have any other announcements to make this week? So just to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the stream today, but Wednesday, we are going to be critiquing Pokemon trainer designs. It's gonna be interesting. We're gonna be moving all over the place with those we're gonna be moving between games. We're gonna be moving between what type of NPC fellas are, whether they are just a trainer, if they're Elite Four, if they're a rival, if they are technically antagonists and things like that. I don't know if we're gonna critique the player characters, but we maybe can critique a player character design or two. We'll see. And you know it's only fair if I probably put Ash Ketchum in there because it'd be weird if I critiqued Pokemon designs and did not have Ash and Misty and Brock. So those fellas legally have to be in, if not this Wednesday, the next Wednesday. So we'll see when we do them. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We gotta have the OGs in. So we'll have the OGs. Friday, we're going to do the community showcase of the bingo-based character designs. Yeah. Thank you for the stream. Always cool to see the design critiques. They're so fun. I'm glad you enjoy them, Aisu. I have so much fun doing them too. Yeah, I'm doing OG Ash, not Sun and Moon Ash. We'll see which Ash that equates to in my mind is which one is OG. We'll figure it out. Also do the VTuber trainer Iono. We'll see. Maybe at some point. Well, I've got a list. I've got a list of fellas I would like to hit, but I really only managed to get through 14 between 2 weeks. And that's not very many considering how many characters there are in Pokemon, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best. We'll see how speedy I can be, if I can raise my average of designs critiqued. Kanto Ash. I think Kanto Ash is the one I'm thinking of and would be looking at. You'll see, you'll see, you'll see, you'll see. Look forward to Wednesday. But thank you all for hanging out with me today, and thank you as always to the fellas who skipped the line. I'm so proud of you. Good work. Thank you for everybody who submits, as always. It is very nerve-wracking to have your design looked at in front of many people, but I hope that you're benefiting from it, and I am proud of you for putting yourself out there. Good work. Yeah. And thank you as always, true mates, for providing good, positive, uplifting, constructive critique to everybody. Wahoo! YouTube true mates, I can't send you anywhere, unfortunately, so I will say, shroom you later, till Wednesday. Do your taxes if you haven't already, if you're in America, please. before I see you next. Bye, Twitch mates. Have a good day. And Twitch YouTube.